Welcome, everyone, to the fifth day of the American Geographical Society's Geography 2050 Future of the World Ocean Symposium. Today, our theme is the changing boundary between human habitats and the sea. I'm Lawson Brigham. I'm a research professor at the University of Alaska Fairbanks and also co-chair of the symposium this week. Before we begin going through what we have planned for today, I wanted to remind you to look at our website. Please look at our website and take a look at the questions we have. We have a little quiz each day, and answering a question about the oceans should be useful for your knowledge and increasing your knowledge of the ocean. I first want to recognize our partners, long-term partners in Geography 2050, a series of symposia hosted by AGS, usually in New York, but of course this week virtually. And our sponsors, our many sponsors who make this all possible, allow us to host this symposium for a large audience. We have a busy day today. We have two sessions, one on two panel discussions, one on the Arctic Ocean, and a second one on the coastal risk and resilience. We have two spotlight sessions and what we call two lightning talks or presentations, and we have a book review, a book interview of a prominent author. The book title for today is The Ministry of the Future by noted author Kim Stanley Robinson. And I hope that you might take the opportunity during the week and today, our final day, to donate to the AGS. You can use our website, geography2050.org, and we'd appreciate any donation that you can make to keep these educational programs ongoing. Now it's my pleasure to introduce today's session and panel on the Arctic Ocean. I'm very hopeful that you'll participate with us and listen to some experts on the Arctic. Thank you. Hello, I'm Lawson Brigham. I'm a research professor at the University of Alaska Fairbanks and also Wilson Fellow at the Wilson Center in Washington, D.C. Today's session is part of the Geography 2050, a symposium on the future of the world ocean. The session today is focused on the Arctic Ocean and the changes and complexities, policy, research, and multiple issues related to the top of the world. We have four experts with us. Vera Alexander is Executive Director of the Eskimo Walrus Commission. She is Yupik, Alaska native from St. Lawrence Island who lives in Nome, Alaska. She was a member of the Arctic Research Commission, a presidential commissioner. We have with us a lawyer and retired diplomat, David Bolton, who served in the State Department before his retirement as director of the Office of Ocean and Polar Affairs. And we have a research scientist, Dmitry Streletsky from George Washington University. He is an expert on permafrost and climate change at the top of the world. And finally, we have Dr. Mike Shrega, who is director of the Polar Institute at the Wilson Center in Washington. Mike is a former vice chancellor of the University of Alaska Fairbanks. The Arctic is under great change today. Climate change, globalization of the top of the world, multiple challenges for the indigenous people of the Arctic. And of course, we have geopolitical issues across the whole fabric of the place. We hope to cover some of these issues today and all of the changes that impact on people and the environment and the politics of the Arctic. The Arctic today is, in fact, one of two of the most peaceful places on Earth. It's the Arctic and the Antarctic, where we have extraordinarily peaceful cooperation among all of the countries of the world. At the top of the world, we have 8 Arctic states, and they have great cooperation among themselves and among other non-Arctic states around the planet. The great changes, the climate change at the top of the world is extraordinary, profound, and that impacts on everything, every way of life at the top of the world. So we'll begin a series of presentations. We'll begin first with our native representative, Vera Metcalf. Vera?
Well, thank you for the opportunity to speak at the American Geographical Society's Fall Symposium, which is my first time, but it is really an honor to share this panel with such a very distinguished gentlemen. So, ikamsi kayo ikamsi. This slide that you see is a background for the Eskimo Walrus Commission, which was, it's a tribally authorized organization representing 19 coastal Alaska Native communities, all the way from Utqiagvik in the Chukchi waters down to Bristol Bay region. So it's a large region, but it was formed in 1978 by the communities to represent the interests with the Department of Interior's Fish and Wildlife Service, which has actually a management responsibility to the Pacific walrus. So we have been an active proponent of the 1994 amendment to the U.S. Marine Mammal Protection Act, which actually created cooperative agreements between agencies and Alaska Native organizations like the Eskimo Walrus Commission. Next slide. First, I would like to just say that my comments are my personal reflections and perspective based on what I've learned from my home on St. Lawrence Island, Alaska, from the family, my elders, and the indigenous knowledge experts, community members, and from my work through the years in cultural and language documentation and natural cultural resource management. So it is really my sincere wish to contribute an Arctic indigenous perspective that is proper, respectful, and responsible to my family, my community, and the cultural values that have been instilled in me. Next slide. What I hope to convey is the intimate relationship Arctic indigenous communities have with their land and waters. I'll begin by saying that I honestly have a difficult time applying the phrase boundary between human habitats and the sea to our lives on St. Lawrence Island in the Bering Strait. Our relationship of the interconnectedness of our island and our waters with ourselves and the gifts they provide doesn't really involve a boundary. Next slide. Like all indigenous people in the Arctic, I believe that my home on St. Lawrence Island and the waters, the land that is involved are the most wondrous, special, and sacred place on Earth. For thousands of years, my ancestors on this island thrived in this type of environment, even when there were periodic climate changes and sea ice changes throughout the millennia. The variety and quantity of these natural resources sustained us. So this lifestyle continues today. Next slide. Our coastline is intimately familiar to us. Each point of land or rocks, bay or cove, cliff face or beach, stream or lagoon is named as our traditional camps and old village sites on St. Lawrence Island. Each of these carries a story that continues to build and add to our indigenous knowledge observations, the wind, the currents, or updates and changes to landscape and landmarks for safely traveling in water, by boat in stormy rough waters, or by snow machine in winter whiteouts. Many spend much of our summers at family camps, which have been used for generations, when the next generation learn things like where fresh water is found and where greens and berries grow. We also have to learn to respect the sea and to understand its dangers. Next slide. However, for us, this was only part of a relationship with the sea. With the arrival of colder temperatures and north wind, the shore ice moved in. It had the same effect as the increasing blanket of new snow does. It covers and quiets the restless waves and transforms its surface into a relatively stable way to reach seals and fish. It also offers a more direct trail, depending on its condition around the island, to access other areas much more efficiently. As currents and winds open water beyond the shore-fast ice, like this picture shows, hunters are able to safely bring their boats and gear and leave their transportation, whether dogs back then or snow machines now. Launching and retrieving boats from shore ice is relatively safe and easy compared to rocky gravel beaches. Next slide. Safety and stability of sea ice is very important, even as it begins to break apart and retreat north. It calms the ocean wind-driven waves and provides the perfect platform for finding, harvesting, and safely butchering seals and walrus. The shore ice is the most efficient place to butcher big animals like this bowhead whale, if it is thick and strong enough to support the big amount of weight. Spring hunting season remains the most critical time to our communities to find some sense of their food security, and it greatly depends on the complex interaction between the quality of the sea ice, the wind direction and strength, general weather conditions, and the various marine mammal migration timing and location. We are and always have been absolutely dependent on this intimate relationship with our waters and sea ice. This is the strength of our communities, a profound connection and absolute dependency on the gifts given to us from the ocean. Traditionally, there was no boundary. Next slide. However, as many know, changes are happening incredibly fast in the Arctic and in such a fundamental way as our sea ice. The impact on our world is overwhelming. These changes are not just an interesting research topic, they represent an unsettling shift in the traditional rhythms of our communities. We have experienced avian cholera and many other unusual events in our waters. And of course, the collapsing Bering Sea, what they call the cold pool, that threatens the existing Arctic marine ecosystem that we depend on. Next slide. This new thawing Arctic presents too many changes for our communities to list here. It is allowing strong southerly storms to erode our beaches, steepen our banks, disrupt our infrastructure with long periods of freezing open spray, and flood our airports. It is melting permafrost that alters our landscape and landmarks, collapses our meat cellars, and causes never-ending problems for the foundations of our buildings and homes. Next slide. And perhaps even more significant are the ways our cultural practices are being impacted. The traditional hunting seasons are dissolving and blending together with hunter safety, becoming an increasing concern. We are traveling further with less sea ice and with what seems like more disruptive weather during our hunting trips. Next slide. Marine mammal hunting is a communal effort within our families out on St. Lawrence Island and clans, combining whatever resources and manpower to effectively, properly, and safely send our boats out, often for many, many hours and many miles to harvest whales, walrus, or seals. This involves extensive cultural protocols, such as composition of boat crews, apprenticing the next generation, as this young man is doing in this picture, and sharing the harvest. In my final slide, next slide. So while our natural world is acting strangely and the traditional rhythms of our lives are unsettled, and although it seems that we are now struggling against our land and waters and are often not in balance with them as before, our communities will continue adapting our lives and relying on our indigenous knowledge to maintain our relationship properly with our world and the gifts it provides. As an accomplished, knowledgeable elder tells me, we are still here in the Arctic doing what we do. So he does not see a boundary with a sea because it is where food comes from. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. I want to thank the American Geographical Society for inviting me to be with you today. At the top, Lawson mentioned that the Arctic is a peaceful part of the planet. And one piece of evidence about that is that in the last 10 years alone, there have been 5 international agreements, binding agreements, treaties, negotiated and signed that relate to the Arctic region, most of which relate to the ocean part of the Arctic. I will focus on only one of them today, perhaps the most unusual one, an agreement about fisheries in the Central Arctic Ocean. Next slide, please. You need a sense of the geography of this part of the planet. Here you see the Central Arctic Ocean. It is rimmed by 5 countries, Alaska, Canada, Denmark because of Greenland, Norway, and Russia. You'll also see in the middle of this a thin red line. That is the line in the Central Arctic Ocean that is 200 miles from the nearest point of land in all cases. Why is that important? Well, on the outside of this line, each of the 5 countries have jurisdiction to manage fisheries in their respective zones, exclusive economic zones or fishery zones. But inside the red line, about 2.8 million square kilometers, no country has jurisdiction, and at least in theory, vessels from any country could fish in this area. Next slide, please. When it comes to fisheries, the Arctic is not actually a single region. The part of the Central Arctic Ocean that borders the North Atlantic is actually relatively warm and from a fisheries perspective, quite productive. There are major fisheries in the North Atlantic heading all the way up into the Barents Sea. And there are international regimes in place to manage those fisheries, the most important of which is known as the Northeast Atlantic Fisheries Commission. And what you see on the left is a map showing various high seas areas beyond jurisdiction, in which this commission manages fisheries that take place there. And at the very top of that map, you'll notice it's cut off. So if you move to the right, you will see that the area of the Northeast Atlantic Fisheries Commission also includes a small piece of the high seas portion of the Central Arctic Ocean. But for the rest of that area, there is no fisheries management agreement in place. Next slide, please. The other side of the Arctic, the part of the Arctic closest to the Pacific Ocean, is actually quite different when it comes to commercial fisheries. There are no commercial fisheries of any significance north of the Bering Strait, either in the Chukchi or Beaufort Seas. And next slide, please. In that high seas area in the Central Arctic Ocean, here you see another map showing it, there has never been commercial fishing at any time in recorded human history. And that is because it has been covered by ice year-round until now. Next slide, please. Here you'll see 2 depictions of what Vera was describing in part, the warming of the Arctic and the receding sea ice. On the right, you'll see 2 pictures, one showing the sea ice extent in September of 1984 in the Arctic Ocean, and you'll see very dramatically different picture in September of 2012, just look how much ice had melted away by then. And on the left, you'll see a chart just showing year by year in September and August, actually this one in August, the declining sea ice. And it does go up and down a bit, but you'll see for sure the declining trend. Next slide, please. In the United States, we made a decision about 10 years ago to prohibit commercial fishing in that part of our exclusive economic zone, north of the Bering Strait, north of the north coast of Alaska. You see the area in question. Why did we make this decision? We simply did not have enough scientific information with which to manage a fishery there properly. And soon after we took that decision, Canada made a similar decision for its area under jurisdiction, its exclusive economic zone to the east of ours in the Beaufort Sea, also essentially prohibiting commercial fishing for the time being. But of course, neither Canada nor Russia nor any other of the 3 states that are in this area have jurisdiction to control fisheries beyond 200 miles, which brings us to the next slide. Here, once again, you see that high seas area, the area beyond 200 miles from any of the coasts. And here in September 2012, you see just how much of it was uncovered by ice. And a portion of that area uncovered by ice is, at least according to our friends at Pew, considered to be at fishable depths, shallow enough water that in theory, commercial fishing could occur on the so-called Chukchi, Cap, and Plateau. And so in the United States, we were starting to get worried that vessels from other countries would come up through the Bering Strait and start fishing at mile 201. So we began a process that took roughly 10 years from beginning to end, first trying to persuade the other 4 countries in this region of the need to do something about this potential problem. And we ultimately agreed that what was needed was an international agreement that would include other countries whose vessels might be tempted to fish here. Next slide, please. And so the negotiation got underway involving those 5 countries, the ones in the Arctic itself, the Central Arctic Ocean, so-called coastal states, and 5 others: China, Japan, South Korea, Iceland, and the European Union. I was privileged to chair these negotiations. They took place, the actual negotiations on this treaty took place over about 2 years and wrapped up near the end of 2017. And here are the basic elements. There is this new treaty. It applies to that high seas area, the dark shaded area in the middle of Central Arctic Ocean. And it says there shall be no commercial fishing in this area for at least 16 years once the treaty enters into force. More on that later. It does permit very limited and tightly controlled exploratory fishing in that area based on rules that we still have to flesh out. The other major commitment in the agreement is that all 10 will jointly develop and operate a program of scientific research and monitoring, trying to figure out how this area is changing, particularly as it may relate to the possibility of fisheries in the future. The 10 parties will make all decisions by consensus. And this treaty may be the first one in history that commits to include Arctic indigenous people in its implementation and to incorporate indigenous knowledge into the decisions that are made. Next slide, please. So where do things stand now? Well, I mentioned that the treaty was signed, the Central Arctic Ocean Fisheries Agreement was signed in October of 2018. All 10 of the signatories must ratify the treaty in order for it to enter into force. And I'm pleased to say that 9 of the 10 have done so. The only one that has not completed the ratification process as we sit here today is China. And China has said that it is moving forward with ratification. It got slowed down because of the coronavirus, but does intend to ratify the treaty. It will enter into force. Once it does enter into force, it will be in force for at least 16 years, and it will be automatically extended for 5-year increments unless any country decides that objects to that, in which case probably some new negotiation will take place to create a different kind of agreement, one that might manage on a sustainable basis fisheries in this area. Anyway, that's a quick once over lightly of a kind of a new and exciting agreement, one of 5 binding agreements for the Arctic, and the only one that includes countries from outside the region on an equal footing. Thanks very much.
It is a great pleasure to be in this panel, and thank you for invitation. It's also my first time at AGS. And I think my major goal here is to balance a little bit the opportunities, which a lot have to do with opening of northern sea routes, declining of sea ice extent, with some of the challenges that may come with climate change on land. And a lot of those challenges have to do with presence of permafrost, which holds a lot of infrastructure, a lot of various settlements, and a lot of problems associated with further development of those regions. So if you go to the next slide, I would like to show the basic permafrost map that shows that permafrost is actually a very common phenomenon. It is, in fact, underlies almost a quarter on northern hemisphere, terrestrial hemisphere, and also we see that map shows some of the subsea permafrost. That's a permafrost that is result of much colder climatic conditions when during glacial maximum, large areas of Arctic shelves were exposed to very cold atmospheric temperatures and they were freezing to a great depth. So as moving to interglacial period and over the last 10,000 years, those area was mostly under the water, but that permafrost remains to some extent, and that permafrost still holds a lot of organic material that was accumulated over long periods of time. What is interesting about this map is that permafrost is dynamic and it is changes. Some areas are almost entirely occupied by permafrost, shown here in brown. Those are areas of continuous permafrost. And lighter color shows areas of so-called discontinuous and sporadic permafrost. Those are areas which partially occupied. So the interesting thing about permafrost is that in many ways we think about it as permanent frost, which is completely incorrect. It is perennial, just like flowers that you buy at a store can be annuals and perennials. And that really changes our understanding of entire system because it is in fact very dynamic system. It is not permanent, it's perennial, and therefore it reflects changes in climate conditions and changes in development. Next slide, please. So changing climatic conditions, warming Arctic, which happens at a twice higher rate than elsewhere on a globe, declining sea ice extent, declining snow cover extent are, of course, very important considerations. But when we talk about changes on land, there is a very strong change in permafrost, which we call degradation. The permafrost degradation is a global phenomenon, but especially important and especially fast-moving process in Arctic. Permafrost degradation is, in fact, very challenging for global community because a lot of carbon that's been stored for hundreds of thousands of years being released and entering biochemical cycles, which further may promote warming of Arctic and globally. And also, and probably more important, that over short term, there are a lot of impacts that we already see and will continue to see probably to a greater extent by the mid of the centuries. And those are local and regional impacts, which include changes to ecosystems, habitats, infrastructure development, and subsistence economies. Some of those pictures I showed here include challenges with associated road infrastructure, pipelines, challenges that Vera already mentioned with ensuring food security of indigenous communities, which rely largely on meat sellers dug in permafrost. Those are problems associated with large infrastructure projects. You probably know about new emerging things such as this crater that is shown on the bottom of the slide. Those gas emission craters start to appear in 2013 in coastal areas of Siberia. And of course, the top picture on the right is oil tanks that just collapsed this spring due to especially warm climate conditions and permafrost in Norilsk, releasing 20,000 tons of diesel fuel into local streams. Next slide, please. So when we think about this connection between land and sea, of course, we think about cost. And as Vera mentioned, there is very sort of fusion of those processes. It is not abrupt transition in many cases, but what is problematic is that a lot of coasts are composed by ice-rich permafrost sediments, and due to considerable decline in sea ice extent, lengthening of open water, and increased wave activities and storminess, those coasts are disappearing very fast. So those are some of the pictures from Utqiagvik and from eastern Siberia, from western Siberia, that show very substantial, one of the highest, in fact, rates of coastal erosion, which are shown on this map in the center of the image. And of course, those processes not only change the natural conditions, input large amounts of organic into the sea, but also challenges infrastructure and subsistence of those who live along the coast. Next slide. Over a long term, we can even think about other geopolitical implications. So this is a map from Yakutia, Sakha Republic, from end of 19th century, which shows some of the islands in Novosiberian archipelago that are not there anymore. They were eroded and washed away. In fact, some of the estimates, some recent estimates of rates of coastal erosion suggest that Russian Federation losing a land comparable to a small European country such as Liechtenstein on an annual basis. Next slide. This map shows one of the examples of how we can think about what's going to happen by the mid-century. So this is a map sort of for the mid-range scenario, sort of some of the implementation of Paris Accord. And you see that in green are the areas that would remain occupied by permafrost, and those areas that in blue, those are the areas which would experience significant permafrost degradation. You may think that those are the areas that have pretty substantial development, and if you look at the next slide, you can see how existing settlements and existing infrastructure may be challenged by those changes. One of the major hazards associated with permafrost degradation is melting of ground ice, resulting in changes to topography, resulting in changes of accessibility of northern communities, because it had detrimental impacts on road and pipeline infrastructure. And another very important consideration is change in temperature, because ability of Arctic foundations to support structures largely depends on how cold is permafrost. Warmer permafrost is able to support less and less structural weight, leading in damages. So from this map, you can see that some of the areas which shown in red are hot spots which expected to see one of the highest rates of permafrost degradation. And a lot of those hot spots associated with areas of pretty substantial economic development. Next slide, please. So I don't want to leave you with just a lot of kind of negative impacts of climate change that we can see by the middle of the century. There are, of course, ways to mitigate those risks and to minimize them. And of course, a lot of it has to do with future cooperation and knowledge co-production between scientists, indigenous communities, and local stakeholders. There is very little data that we have currently, monitoring data, which enables us to find those problems, right? So if we don't know there is a problem, we can address it. So that requires establishment of monitoring in natural conditions, and also, and more importantly, probably in settlements and industrial facilities, in order to help to prevent catastrophes such as Norilsk oil spill, which happened this spring. There is very little known about subsea permafrost, and this is a big storage of methane that has a potential to significantly influence climate change. This data that already there, it's very hard to get. There are a lot of companies, there are a lot of stakeholders that collect this data and they don't share it. So we need to figure out how to share and maximize the data that's already there. We critically need to have better projections, both climatic and socioeconomic scenarios targeting permafrost domain in the Arctic. Without that, we will not be able to find those hotspots. We will not be able to fully address those hazards and associated costs of development for 2050. Thank you.
Well, I want to also thank my colleagues here on the panel for outlining many important issues and doing it so eloquently, and in Vera's case, so palpably, so viscerally, teasing out not just the issues that play in the Arctic, but how they impact the people of the Arctic. So thank you all, and also thank you to the American Geographical Society. As a geographer, I have a special attachment to this particular organization and audience. But also as a geographer, you know, I'm familiar with the fact that we need to study. We describe, we research, we think about our relationship to landscapes, and there's probably no place on Earth that's shifting so much in terms of its landscape other than the Arctic. There are shifting contours to our Arctic, environmentally, politically, economically, socially, culturally, the security dimensions of the Arctic. And sometimes it's hard to describe all of that at play at one time, especially when you think about the issues that both Dave Bolton and Dima covered, how dynamic this region is, not just environmentally, but in all facets of life. Next slide, please. So I've been thinking about the Arctic, and it's a very big neighborhood, but a very small community with 4 million people above the Arctic Circle. When you go to meetings and you talk about the Arctic or you're with your colleagues, they're usually small groups of individuals who've been working on Arctic issues for a very long time. But it's good to take this circumpolar perspective of the Arctic and think about all of the implications at play. And it's no longer an emerging Arctic. We hear about this often in the press, you know, the emerging Arctic. I'd argue that the Arctic has emerged. It is as every bit a piece of the geopolitical landscape, the cultural landscape, on and on, than any other region on the planet. In fact, it's become more and more important and more consequential over the last decade, and I would argue over the last 4 to 5 years, as we see such dramatic change that Dave has pointed out in the Arctic Ocean. Next slide, please. So I have thought about how we communicate the Arctic. How do we tease out the issues at play in the Arctic? How do we better communicate the Arctic? Why should anyone care about the Arctic? It's a very big issue. It's kind of like climate change. How do you describe to people who are worried about day-to-day life why they should care about all of the ripples and implications of climate change? Well, then why should anyone care about the Arctic? It's hard to describe this. It's hard to communicate it. So I came up with this conceptual framework called Navigating the Arctic's 7 Seas. Any nation state, any community, any region thinking about the future Arctic, in my opinion, must be thinking about how they best navigate what I consider to be the 7 large drivers, themes, issues at play in the Arctic. And I think my colleagues here have touched on almost all of them. So as geographers, as we're thinking about the future Arctic, I would argue we should think about these 7 Cs. Next slide, please. The first C, as my colleagues have noted, is climate, the primary driver in the Arctic, right? The climate is warming, perhaps heating more than twice as fast, almost 3 times as fast as anywhere else on the planet. As Dave noted, the Arctic sea ice extent in September is its second all-time lowest. So Arctic climate change is real, it is rapid, and it is relentless, and it is reshaping our Arctic. So in thinking about how we conceptualize the Arctic, climate is the major driver. Next slide, please. Commodities. We hear a lot about oil and gas development, right? The Arctic holds over 22% or so of untapped oil and gas. Think about strategic minerals. Think about your cell phones and what goes into our modern day habits and livelihoods. Commodities, whether they're oil and gas or strategic or rare earth minerals, and fisheries more and more. Commodities are a major driver of what's happening in the Arctic. It's driving the narrative, but it's also driving politics. And our communities of the North and elsewhere, like colleagues in Asia, rely on the fisheries in the Arctic. That's why Dave's negotiated agreement is so important, not just to Arctic communities, but to global communities. Next slide, please. Related to commodities or commerce. As Lawson Brigham will often tell you, maybe there's probably no other place on the planet, aside from Greenland, perhaps, that if you're looking for a region that's emblematic of the New North, the Northern Sea Route would be one that I would argue is emblematic of the New North. Significant oil and gas development, direct foreign investment from China, ships, LNG ships being built in the shipyards of South Korea, moving Russian gas to Asian markets with Chinese investments. I mean, that to me, that's a globalized Arctic. So commerce through the shipping lanes of the Northern Sea Route down to the Bering Strait or over to Europe. It's not the panacea I've heard and read about in the press. It's not going to totally change the commerce and shipping activities of the globe, but nevertheless, it's an important component, and one certainly that the Russian Federation has invested a lot in economically and politically. So commerce is another driver that we would need to consider when we're thinking about the 7 unique drivers of the Arctic. Next slide, please. Connectivity. I'm not just talking about telecommunications, but that is incredibly important. Many months ago, the Wilson Center, along with our colleagues at the U.S. Arctic Research Commission and the Navy War College, held a 2-day program on COVID impacts in the Arctic, and almost every panel for 2 days noted the need for better, reliable, redundant, affordable internet connectivity in the North. There aren't digital divides in the Arctic. There are digital abysses in the Arctic. But that's not just internet. Drivers like ports and roads and rails and basic connectivity to support research, communities, education, on and on. To me, connectivity is a major driver as we navigate this new Arctic. Next slide, please. Of course, a lot of this comes down to our communities, right, of different types, all different communities in the North. Some very modern, some not so. All feeling the pressure of the other drivers, climate, the looking for commodities, trying to figure out how they can leverage a new Arctic to develop economically in their regions. But these are also communities under stress. Many villages in Alaska, maybe 3 dozen or so, at some point will have to relocate because of the coastal erosion that Dima talked about and other factors. But there's also another factor here at play in the smaller villages and regions throughout the Arctic, and that is that communities don't just want to sustain themselves, they would like to thrive. I know I don't want to sustain, I want to thrive. And so this is a discussion that's happening in these communities, not just about hanging on, it's about moving forward. So these are very dynamic discussions happening at a local level, regional level, nation level, and beyond internationally. So our communities, it's an incredibly complex issue, one in which the 7 Cs all seem to come together on. Next slide, please. Cooperation. I think we've all touched on the amount of cooperation in the Arctic. It is still, quote unquote, a zone of relative peace. There is a hardline narrative out in the press and elsewhere to be expected. There are some real competition issues, which I'll talk about in a moment, but we should celebrate, reinforce, and advance the cooperation that happens from the Arctic Council perspective, to the IMO, to the Arctic Coast Guard Forum. There's a lot of discussion happening in the North. It's the tyranny of distance. There's also commonality of landscape and purpose, and common foe in terms of environment. So cooperation happens on a big scale in the Arctic for such a small community. We should not miss that. In fact, between the United States and the Russian Federation, I would argue that the Arctic and the International Space Station are the two places where we actually talk almost daily, if not weekly, on issues that we both have in common. So we should celebrate that cooperation. I'd argue we should reinforce that cooperation going forward. And finally, the last slide. In navigating at least Mike Sfraga's Arctic 7 Seas is competition. We should be wide-eyed on this matter, but we should also be measured. So in my opinion, we do have competition in the Arctic, whether it's economic or militarily, governance structures. Of course, China has interests in the Arctic. Sometimes that narrative publicly is inflated, in my opinion. Sometimes it is not. But also other non-Arctic states have stake in the Arctic. They have equity. They have interest in the Arctic. So there are competitions throughout the Arctic. I think collectively we need to measure those, look for areas that we can deconflict, understand better what nations are doing in the Arctic, so that they all can be addressed in a manner where we don't come into a conflict. Just recently, the Russian Federation held a exercise in the Bering Sea, and we had Alaska pollock fishermen in the same region. Miscommunication could have impacted that encounter in a way that no one would have wanted. Both legally fishing within their legal rights, and the Russian Federation operating within their legal rights in international waters. But this conflict issue could become from a miscommunication. So for me, how we shape, how we live in, how we define, how we understand, how we put in perspective the future Arctic, to me, I use these lenses of the 7 seas. At least it helps to conceptualize and to put into digestible buckets the different things at play in the Arctic. I will leave it right there, Lawson, and turn it back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for those great presentations. I think all of them show the complexity of the Arctic today, and point out all of the challenges that we have. I thought Mike's framework for handling this complexity is right on the mark. Multiple issues, all intertwined. Vera, I enjoyed your comment and your observation that that the human dimension and humans in the Arctic really don't have those kinds of boundaries that we're talking about, physical or political. It's a seamless relationship and linkage between humans and in this case, the sea for indigenous people. Could you comment a little bit more about that? Would you mind commenting?
Sure. Well, we are so, I think, intimately tied in with the land and the waters in so many ways, because it allows us to, we know so much about what we have to harvest the marine mammals. Our hunters are able to travel long distances and get back safely. That's what matters to us. And they often travel on land to find other resources that will feed our families and friends and neighbors. But I think it's this intimate interconnectedness that we have with our environment. It's what we call isla in our Yupik language. It's because we know this environment so well, and we hope that it remains that way for a long time. So I hope that answers your question.
Oh, yes. Thank you very much. Excellent perspectives on it. Very helpful. Let me switch to the resource question. Mike talked about it, and Dave did, and as well as Dima. There are other resources, of course. We talked about fisheries and oil and gas, but the top of the world, the Arctic is an extraordinary storehouse of things like iron ore and zinc ore. In Alaska, we have the largest zinc mine in the world, and that zinc ore is carried to markets throughout the Pacific and British Columbia, down to East Asia. In the Canadian Arctic is one of the largest storehouses of high-grade iron ore, and that can be carried to European markets nearly year-round. So there is a focus in the press on energy, particularly oil and gas, but in the longer term, through the century, these other resources have great value to the world. And there is one wild card that has been looked at, and it's actually fresh water. Any of the panelists have any comments about the potential for these resources and their development? Mike, anything to add to your C on commerce and development?
Yeah, Lawson, I think you're right. I mean, the opportunities in the north for further development of resources that are more and more critical to daily life. You know, the tech phase is fueled by rare earth and strategic minerals, and I think, well, obviously, commodity prices will drive a lot of the exploration in the north. And as you know, as the world looks to shift away from oil, more to natural gas, and then maybe more to renewables, we might be seeing, you know, a shift in what happens in the north to the commodities you noted versus the traditional, quote unquote, traditional oil, gas, coal, perhaps. I will defer to Dave on many of these things, including, of course, the fisheries. But I also do think that there is potential for regional, use this in the right way, exploitation of fresh water, Greenland in particular, where there's already interest from outside companies, corporations, and other interests in ways in which they can effectively, sustainably export fresh water from Greenland. That this is not off the table and elsewhere. So I think you're right. I think you're seeing the portfolio expand, but again, commodity prices driving it, and shipping from any place in the north to any place south is quite expensive.
Yeah, thank you, Mike. I think related to this topic is how the indigenous people of the Arctic, how will they share in this resource development? Of course, it's tied to every individual Arctic state, and how the mechanisms work in returning some of that development to the indigenous people. So it's an issue maybe not to be explored fully here, but it's a central issue for all of the Arctic states. Let me ask Dima about the trends that we see in climate change. What do you think the Arctic will look like in 2050 or beyond? What's your sense of these changes?
Well, I think that we're pretty aware of the magnitude and direction of those changes. I think pretty much all models agree that it's going to be significantly warmer. And if you think about ballparking, it's probably 3.5 in high Arctic, maybe up to 4.5, 5 degrees. And those are very substantial changes. Those are changes as you move through entire state of Alaska from, Prudhoe Bay down to Anchorage, geographically. So those changes are profound and unprecedented because we have pretty substantial records from ice cores, right? We have a lot of proxy data that allows us to reconstruct past environments and compare it to the present. And clearly, we don't see changes like that anywhere on the records that we are able to get, whether it's from observations or from proxies. So it is, concerning. So Arctic will be warmer. With this, we will see, like with any change, some opportunities for probably, development of transportation, tourism, accessibility of commodities. But with those opportunities comes a lot of responsibilities and challenges, right? So even development of coastal infrastructure will require a lot of attention to those disappearing coasts. Right? So there are, a lot of pitfalls in a warmer Arctic, right? So generally, I think change is not a bad thing. The fast change, the change that's happening at a rate that you cannot prepare for, that's concerning.
Yeah, I think you're quite right. The mitigation efforts won't be able to change the dramatic changes we have at the top of the world, being twice the elevation of temperatures. Global measures will be able to make some inroads, but perhaps not change dramatically the trends that we see in the Arctic today. Let me switch to the geopolitical world and ask Ambassador Bolton to tell us a little bit about the Arctic Council. I think people have heard about it. There's some misinformation about how it works, but clearly the Arctic Council is at the center of cooperation in the Arctic. Dave, any thoughts about the council and its role?
Thanks, Lawson. Yeah, I do. So for those who may not know very much about the council, it was created in 1996. Its members are the 8 countries of the Arctic region: US, Canada, Russia, and the 5 Nordic countries: Norway, Sweden, Finland, Denmark, and Iceland. It has a unique feature in that it includes as permanent participants 6 groups of Arctic indigenous peoples from all parts of the circumpolar north. They participate in the Arctic Council in their own name and right, and not as part of national delegations. The Arctic Council focuses primarily on environmental protection matters and sustainable development, but it actually has a broader mandate and has served as a place where countries of the Arctic can negotiate agreements, for example, on search and rescue and oil pollution, scientific cooperation. And it has really started to shape the political agenda of the North. What began as a kind of sleepy organization in the mid-90s has evolved to the preeminent body dealing with circumpolar issues in the North. Every 2 years, the 8 foreign ministers, including the US Secretary of State, meet, and they typically chart a path forward for the Arctic for the coming 2 years. The Arctic Council has its problems, lack of funding, and right now inability to meet in person. But I actually think it has potential to do even more in the future, even though it doesn't have what lawyers would call legal personality. It is flexible and a cooperative body. I think it's a real benefit. If it didn't exist, we would have to create it.
Thank you. Yeah, great. A question for everyone. Do you see this region as an area of tension and conflict in the future, or more as a peaceful region? It's a difficult and complex question to answer, but maybe we could have a short discussion. Anyone want to jump in?
Well, I wouldn't mind starting, but I bet everybody has some idea. The Arctic has been a very peaceful and cooperative region since the end of the Cold War. But it is true that of late, the last couple of years in particular, new tensions have arisen. There's talk about great power competition coming into the Arctic, some of which is real, some of which is overhyped. Military-to-military cooperation between Russia and the other countries ended with the invasion of Crimea and other frictions between the countries. And yet we still have a great deal in common in the Arctic, and we need to continue to find ways to work together as we have in the past. Whether we'll be able to do so remains to be seen. Those are my 2 cents.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. And anyone else want to weigh in?
This is Vera. Yes, the Inuit Circumpolar Council during the Utqiagvik 2018 declaration, one of the things that they mentioned was that Arctic be a free, peaceful region. But here in our region, Bering Strait, it's an international strait. Across is Russia, but we have on St. Lawrence Island, we have clans and relatives and friends across our neighbors. So I would hope that it remains a peaceful, free environment for, because of our close connection to our neighbors in Russia.
Yeah, I would add to that, Vera, thank you, that cooperation, particularly between the United States and Russia on practical maritime issues, has been quite strong over many decades and continues to this day. The two countries cooperate on important maritime issues at the International Maritime Organization, and then at the local regional areas, adjoining areas in the Bering Sea, they cooperate almost every day on an operational level. So I think there are certain different levels of cooperation and security issues that are sight unseen, but hugely important to the Arctic. Mike or Dima, you want to weigh in?
Yeah, I'll second everything that was said above. I think it's has been since Cold War and continues to be a very great example of cooperation between countries and other actors, including various indigenous bodies. And I applaud Arctic Council for that. I think it's a great model that should be considered in other locations. My only concern is a possible role of some external actors that are not sitting at the table, that are not having those discussions, whether it is permanent or observer states of the Arctic Council. So there is a lot of instability. So moving towards, if you look 2050, there may be some, I think it's important to consider broadly other actors and not just those who are directly involved in the Arctic as well.
Oh yeah, sure. Certainly a good point. It's that all of the non-Arctic states, everyone in the world other than the 8 Arctic states, that want a piece of the action, piece of the future, likely an economic piece, and access to the resources that are controlled very tightly by each of the Arctic states in very different ways. And each of the Arctic states has different rules and regulations, domestic law, to take these resources and use them to their advantage. So very, very interesting dynamic. Mike, are you still with us? Would you like to weigh in on this tension versus a peaceful place we have in the future, the Arctic?
Yeah, I would second all the comments made here. I think that's why it's so important for the cooperation to not only be maintained but also enhanced, as others have pointed out. Also, know that these regions are very different. What's happening militarily in the North Atlantic, in the Barents, is different. There's differences in terms of dynamics on the Bering Sea, Chukotka, Beaufort. Pick your favorite sea or ocean. These are very different things, and it's a projection of each country's sort of national stance, what each country is, what their motivations are, what their interests are, what their equities are. So I have used, many of you have known this, I've used this game analogy, which is not pejorative in nature, but if you're taking a look at what the actors are doing in the North vis-a-vis the competition side, the potential for conflict, in a lot of ways, it's extension of their national interests, right? Russia, so much of their GDP and their exports come from the Arctic. And so, of course, they're going to protect their interests along the Northern Sea Route in a manner that we might perceive as being offensive. They might say it's defensive and protecting their interests. There are overflights. There are a lot of activities in the Baltic related to also connected to the North Atlantic and the Barents. China, has a very different thing. In a lot of ways, Russia is playing the game survivor. A declining demographic, an economy that's closed. It deals with the rest of the world, of course, but rather closed economy with some significant challenges. China plays the game go. Long-term geopolitics, patience, economic influence. And the United States, again, not pejorative in my game analogy, plays Twister. We're all over the map, literally and figuratively, for a lot of good reasons, and maybe some would argue not so good reasons. But we have our own equities here, where we're looking out the South China Sea to the Baltics to the Mediterranean. And so, it's an extension of who we are. The Arctic now is part of that. And that's why many of us have cautioned on the narrative of conflict. These are manageable through communications, often and a lot of interpretations through communication. So I would balance these. What gets the press, of course, is the conflict side, which I totally understand. I think everyone should be vigilant, diligent, eyes wide open. For China, the Arctic is it's a small part of a bigger game. For Russia, it's part of their DNA. And for the United States, it's part of our national DNA.
Thank you, Mike. I think on that note, we'll close the session. I will thank all of the panelists for great presentations and a great dialogue. And I wish all the participants a good day. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, Lawson, and your panel for that terrific discussion. And now we ask AGS President Emeritus, Dr. Jerry Dobson, to return with his colleagues, Dr. Gaia Galassi and Dr. Giorgio Spada, to talk to us about their theory of aquaterra and how it explains the first stepping stones to America. Jerry, Giorgio, and Gaia.
Hi, this is Marie Price, President of the American Geographical Society. I do hope you've enjoyed these sessions on the changing boundary between human habitats and the sea. This is such an important theme, especially in the context of climate change. Thank you for being here. We're delighted to have you, and please consider making a donation. Any amount would be welcome, so that we can keep Geography 2050 available free of charge to our digital audience. Thanks again.
Thank you, Jerry, Giorgio, and Gaia. I think all of us are looking forward to hearing more about aquaterra in the future.
Hi, I'm Jerry Dobson, President Emeritus of the American Geographical Society. I want to introduce my co-authors, Giorgio Spada, Professor of Physics at the University of Bologna, and Gaia Galassi, Postdoctoral Fellow at the University of Urbino, Carlo Bo. We're going to speak today about aquaterra and the first stepping stones to America. We'll begin with aquaterra as a global feature, primarily from an article we published in the Geographical Review in 2014. Then we'll shift to global choke points in aquaterra, our most recent article, which focuses on travel, transport, and trade at the last glacial maximum, the time when sea level was lowest and glaciers were at their greatest extent. And finally, we'll show you our new findings in the Bering Sea, an archipelago never known before that existed from 30,000 years ago to 8,000 years ago. This slide, this graph, shows sea level over the past 140,000 years. I want to point out a few dramatic things about it. First, that the only time sea level has been as high as it is today are today and 120,000 years ago when the first modern humans appeared. And if you look at the peaks of sea level over that time, there was an uninterrupted period of 105,000 years when sea level was 25 meters lower than it is today. For 59,000 years, it was 68 meters more deeper than today. And for 35,000 years, it was 85 meters lower than today. If you go down to 100 meters, it was at that depth 12,000 years, twice the time span of all recorded history. And all of those ended in the last 20,000 years, about 10,000 years ago. So that is Earth's greatest scientific clue regarding its human origins, evolution, and cultural development. We can even see hints of the origins of warfare, for instance. If people are constantly having to fight for new territory to replace what's being taken, or they're attracted to new territory because it's first appearing as sea level falls, it forces them to fight one another. And that must surely had an impact on our later cultural tendencies. In fact, it may be hinting at adaptability itself. If people are constantly changing from smaller and larger spaces, from cold to hot temperatures, from having to move around globally, that could explain why we are such an adaptable species. We've spoken of Aquaterra until 2014. Most people thought of it as regional portions. Here's all of Aquaterra. Beringia was known. Most people knew Beringia. Doggerland in the North Sea, Sundaland, Sahul, those were known. I suggested naming the entire feature Aquaterra to indicate that it is a global feature and that it is sometimes land and sometimes water. It is equivalent in size to South America. It is entirely flat, entirely coastal, mostly tropical. Hence, it would have been the best place to live during the ice ages. It is a vast global realm that is sometimes land, sometimes water, and sometimes coastal wetland. In the article, I urged scientific recognition of an existing, previously undefined and unnamed global feature. It is a physical feature. It does not need humans to justify its existence. However, it is the ancestral home of humankind. Aquaterra is the geographic equivalent of the Anthropocene. The Anthropocene is a time measure of when humans impact the Earth. Aquaterra is a geographic measure of how far they have affected it, the maximum extent. And I felt I had hit pay dirt with the name when I read this statement by a Danish blogger. The name, just say it out loud, savor the word. Sounds great, doesn't it? Tastes good, alluring, adventurous, puzzling. One can only be curious about what mysteries lie hidden in that name, I thought, when I read about the fascinating concept of Aquaterra. My brother and I, Jeff Dobson and I, felt that Aquaterra was so interesting, so important, so complex, that it needed some explanation in a narrative form. So we wrote 2 novels that would show in the modern book what it takes to find it and understand it. And in the ancient book, it shows people actually living in that ancient time and facing the global catastrophe of sea level rise. Fictional, of course, except it's based on real science. I'm going to turn the mic over to Giorgio to speak about glacial isostatic adjustment. Giorgio?
GIA is a complex phenomenon that involves relative sea level change, absolute sea level change, vertical deformation of the ground, and also horizontal deformation of the ground. In these 4 cartoons, you can see a sort of summary of all these effects with emphasis in the left side to the sea level variations, and emphasis on the right side to the crustal deformation induced by glacial loading and unloading. So close to the ice sheets, we have the classical phenomenon of post-glacial rebound, but actually GIA is causing regional and global deformations, so that we will have sea level variations even far away from the load. The topography is affected seriously by this process, and in our modeling, our first target indeed is to describe these variations of topography through the whole period since the last glacial maximum. This is a nice view of GIA in which the interactions between the key elements of the systems are described. It is due to Clark et al. 1978. There is a mechanical interaction between the ice sheets and the solid Earth, but also some gravitational attraction, of course. And this also occurs between the ice sheets and the oceans and the solid Earth. In the bottom part of this triangle, we see another kind of interaction in which inertial variations are involved, so that there are also rotational effects of GIA, which will change sea level by changes in the centrifugal potential. So actually in GIA, Earth, solid Earth, ice, and the oceans are perpetually interacting in the sea level equation, which is a general equation describing this coupled process through surface loading, mutual gravitational attraction, and rotational effects. So in order to solve this triangle, so to mathematically address the problem of the sea level equation, we need at least 4 important pieces of information. The first one is the present-day topography, which is a boundary condition for our modeling. We need to reconstruct the past topography of the Earth by means of the solution of the sea level equation with this constraint that fixes the present-day topography to the eTopo1 model, which is shown in this figure. A second input that we need is a grid useful for the discretization of the sea level equation. And our grid, our preferred grid, is due to Tegmark and borrowed from astrophysics. It is a geodesic grid based on the icosahedron properties, and having the very important property of being equal area and constant resolution.
So another input for the model describes the characteristics of the Earth structure, density, viscosity, and rigidity that vary with the depth. There are mechanical differences between layers in inner structure of the Earth that influence the response to ice load or unload at surface. The density is derived by the preliminary reference Earth model, a one-dimensional model representing the average Earth properties as function of its radius. The same for rigidity. Both density and rigidity in general increase with the depth. Viscosity value, conversely, are higher in the transition between crust and mantle, then fall in the upper mantle and transitory layer, and gradually increase again in the lower mantle. A fundamental part of any GIA model is the ice history. Extension and ice thickness of ice masses have changed in the alternation of glacial and interglacial conditions. During glacial period, ice masses reach their maximum extension, gray shadow, whereas in interglacial periods they melt to their lower extension, in black in figure. There are different ice chronologies that reconstruct the ice history since the last glacial maximum. In our GIA simulation for Aquila, we have used ice 5G developed by Roger Peltier. For further analysis on paleotopography at specific location, we have adopted the ice chronologies progressively developed by Carl Lambeck and collaborators at the Australian National University, because it starts at 30,000 years before present. To model the GIA component, we have to solve the sea level equation, the linear integral equation that describes the sea level variation associated to the glacial isostatic adjustment. to use SELEN, a sea-level equation solver developed by Professor Spada and collaborators and freely available for use. The sea-level equation is obtained by imposing mass conservation within the system composed by the solid Earth, the oceans, and the ice sheets, keeping at the same time the sea surface equipotential. The resulting sea level variations are not uniform across the oceans for the effects of gravity and deformation, which are delayed as a consequence of the viscoelastic response of the mantle. The paleotopography is reconstructed using an iterative approach, and the present-day topography is constrained by eTopo1 at 1 arc-minute resolution. In the GIA runs, an icosahedron-based equal-area grid with a spacing of about 20 kilometers is employed, and the length of the integration time step is 500 years. The figure represents the paleotopography at the last glacial maximum obtained solving the sea level equation, the global ice thickness distribution, according to the ice chronologist ICE 5G, is also shown. The application of the GA modeling has allowed the recomputation of Aquaterra, the bottom left frame in red. The extent of Aquaterra computed considering the dynamic effects of GIA shows lower values in respect to Aquaterra resulting from the static computation. The total surface of dynamic Aquaterra is 17.2 million square kilometers, compared with the 22.5 of the static Aquaterra, with a reduction of about 23%. The rate of change, the red dot curve in the left frame, clearly shows how the extent of Aquaterra is strictly correlated to ice dynamics. In fact, the strongest reduction of Aquaterra surface have occurred in correspondence to the so-called meltwater pulse event, acceleration in sea level rise resulting from rapid melting of glaciers that took place at 1411 and 8,000 years before present. The application of GIA models for paleotopography reconstruction has been then applied in other cases. Now the Professor Jerry Dobson will show.
In geographical review, we asked, what impact might the changing configuration of coast have had on local, regional, and global patterns of transport? We answered by comparing the global choke points of today with those of 20,000 BP during the last glacial maximum. A choke point is defined as a point at which surface transportation routes converge with two major implications. Maritime choke points affect surrounding regions by funneling trade through narrow ocean route throughways. Choke points are vulnerable to control by a dominant nation or coalition of nations. And global choke points hold additional significance in that they channel transport and trade worldwide. Turn to any introductory world regional geography textbook and you'll see a list of preferred global choke points. The Isthmus of Suez will always be on it. The Strait of Gibraltar, the Isthmus of Panama, Strait of Hormuz, Bosporus and Dardanelles, Strait of Malacca. We felt that even though the Bab el-Mandeb at the southern end of the Red Sea is not normally listed, it should be. It's probably overlooked by its larger neighbor to the north at the northern end of the Red Sea. We added the Bering Strait because while today it's very broad, there were times when it disappeared. And the Straits of Sicily and Messina. I'll go through these very quickly now. There isn't enough time to spend much time on any one of them. Here they are in relation to Aquaterra. All global maritime choke points are either isthmuses or straits. There are certain general principles that we could rely on. As sea level falls, most straits become isthmuses. It falls far enough. But some are too deep, and therefore never become an isthmus. For instance, the Strait of Gibraltar never becomes an isthmus. It is too deep for that. It does narrow from 14 kilometers down to 10 kilometers at last glacial maximum. The Bab el-Mandeb drops from 25 to 5 kilometers, but never completely disappears. Another general principle is that as sea level rises, isthmuses and coastal plains become narrower. The existing isthmuses never disappear because they're too tall for that. They extend above today's sea level. You can look at this and readily see that the Strait of Messina is narrow, the Strait of Sicily is very broad, but they're both very shallow. And if sea level fell deep enough, the Mediterranean would turn into two separate seas. In the past, there were people who believed that it happened. We found that it did not happen. In fact, there is always, a sailor could always find 100-meter depth to pass through the Strait of Sicily. Strait of Messina does close, but Sicily does not. The Strait of Malacca did not exist, 1,000 miles long, and it disappeared to become dry land. When that happens, the detour to go around it is quite long because of more aquaterra. A trip from Sri Lanka today, if we had to bypass Malacca, would be more than 1.5 times as far from Sri Lanka to Taiwan. The Strait of Hormuz did not exist. In fact, the entire Persian Gulf did not exist. The Bering Strait did not exist, but what we found there is a cluster of islands, the ones that are in the southwest on the 20,000 BP map, outlined in red, scores of islands. And we named that the Bering Transitory Archipelago. The Isthmus of Panama was 2.25 times as wide as it is today. The Isthmus of Suez was 3.5 times as wide as today. And that would have been enough to cause anyone traveling from the Red Sea to the Mediterranean to consider other routes. There are 4 alternatives on the Nile, one from Suakin to Wadi Halfa, which was very popular during the Middle Ages after sea level had risen. And Foul Bay to the first cataract of the Nile, 300 kilometers by land, 1,000 by water. But we know that became a popular route later and should have been popular when sea level was lower. The town of Berenice there might have become the crossroads of antiquity. With sea level low, it would have been the central connection between the Pacific, Indian Ocean, and Red Sea world and the Mediterranean Sea, Atlantic Ocean world. The Bosporus and Dardanelles is a very complex situation. The Sea of Marmara is very deep. It remains as a lake with transshipment points at each end. The distance goes from 350 today down to 300 today down to 350 kilometers by freshwater river with lake. At dry times, it may have been no river, but there might have been an incentive to divert to the Gulf of Saros, which would create a different exit over there. Well, does it matter how much maritime travel, transport, and long-distance trade existed 20,000 years ago? Were there any boats? Was there any cargo? Was there any transport of cargo by boats? If so, how can ports and settlements be recognized today? We had to deal with all these issues. We satisfied ourselves that it does matter. I'm not suggesting that you trust us just on our word. I'm suggesting that if you are troubled by these questions, please read our geographical review paper, which explains what is known about all these issues. Let's take one of those global choke points and see how important it is in that place. The Bering Strait. Science writer Finn Montaigne recently wrote in Smithsonian, one of the greatest mysteries of our time, when humans made the first bold journey to the Americas. The oldest sites in America, at one time, they were Clovis sites identified by fluted points about 13,000 years ago. And about the same time, other scholars discovered an ice-free corridor that was in the 1930s. And so these became a matched pair. It was believed that the Clovis people were the first to come across, and they did so via the ice-free corridor. They were a matched pair for 70 years or so. Now, at AGS, we can take some pride in the fact that the very first article ever to raise the name ice-free corridor was in the Geographical Review in 1935. The problem with Clovis first via the ice-free corridor was that human sites in the Americas got older and older, and soon were much older than the ice-free corridor itself. In fact, recently it was announced that there were humans living in a cave in Mexico 26,000 years ago, perhaps even 31 to 33,000 years ago, doubling the amount of time that humans have been in America. So scholars look for other alternatives, and one very popular, I would say the leading theory today, John Erlandson and his colleagues suggested that a coastal route might have been aided tremendously by kelp forest, so that there would have been enough nutrition. That had always been a concern before. So the kelp highway hypothesis is very popular today. This is our animation of where kelp forest can exist. If you look, gradually changing over 30,000 years from a position way out. I'll show you on static maps. 30,000 years ago, the kelp highway would have been far out from today's coast. 20,000 years ago, it would have been pretty much the same area. By 10,000 years ago, it had moved much closer to today's land area. And by 8,000 years ago, it was against the shore, very close to the shore. Another problem was genetic. It turns out that genetic tests have found that North American indigenous people have much different DNA from East Asian indigenous people. If that was a quick passage, they would have had the same DNA when they got here. But the difference implies that it really had to be a very long sojourn, called a standstill, in Beringia. John Hoffaker said, "Where do you put these people where they cannot be exchanging genes with the rest of Northeast Asian population?" The term we use for that is occupants. How long did they occupy over time? In other words, occupants implies a duration. How long did they abide in the same area before moving on across? And that appears to be thousands of years. The word occupants is used by geographers, especially in the term sequent occupants. And if you look in Merriam-Webster's today, you'll see the sample sentence comes from the Geographical Review. I want to refresh you for a moment on the landmarks in the Bering Sea. The Cape Navarin in the northwest is the tip of Siberia. It is 1,260 kilometers from there to the first crossing within the Aleutians at Cape Sarachev. And this animation shows how the landform itself has evolved over 30,000 years. Now, I'm sure you noticed that there were a lot of islands out there. At 30,000 years ago, most of the islands are in the western section, or the middle section, very few in the eastern section. At 20,500 years ago, the last glacial maximum, you're beginning to see a few islands in the eastern section. By 10,500 years ago, just as the Bering Strait opened up, there are hardly any islands left in the western section. They're all in the middle or east. And then by 8,000 years ago, they've disappeared from there. So we propose a stepping stone hypothesis. Scores of islands were in place at least 30,000 years ago, poised to accept the migrants in the west and move them eastward, then force them to disembark in the east by 8,000 BP. It's like a giant conveyor belt. Migrants would have been trapped on islands long enough to account for the genetic drift in the Beringian standstill. Islands would have provided shelter, haul-outs, game. Kelp forests would have provided ample sustenance. Shores would have provided iodine and DHA fatty acids, which are necessary for brain development. So our conclusions, Aquaterra is the key to understanding human geography, especially prehistoric and early historic time periods, populations and distributions, cultural development. In turn, GIA reconstructions are crucial to understanding Aquaterra, and we feel it has served us well in studying choke points, travel, and first crossing to America. Thank you.
Thanks, Marie. And now we are pleased to bring to you Dr. Elizabeth Mendenhall from the University of Rhode Island and Dr. Elizabeth Nyman from Texas A&M University to discuss the risks of rushing into seabed mining. Drs. Mendenhall and Nyman.
I'm Elizabeth Mendenhall.
And I'm Elizabeth Nyman.
And our topic is international seabed mining, which is an activity that's on the verge of expanding in the shared parts of the ocean and requires very large capital investments. But there are also a lot of risks, and our message is that the organization that manages seabed mining may not be ready to prevent significant harm to the marine environment. Now, in the late 1800s, the HMS Challenger expedition dredged the Pacific Sea floor, and they pulled up a bunch of goo, but also clumps of minerals the size and shape of potatoes. We now call these things polymetallic nodules, and while the Challenger expedition discovered that they exist, we didn't know anything about their abundance or distribution until the 20th century. We now understand that these babies are spread across the abyssal plain. They contain gold, nickel, copper, iron, manganese, and it all precipitates out of the water column over millions of years. In the 60s, the mining industry got whipped into a frenzy over very optimistic estimates about their overall value, and that sparked fears that the rich countries would claim, exploit, and profit from this bonanza and wouldn't share the benefits. So the Maltese representative to the UN made a big speech saying that the seabed should be the common heritage of mankind, mankind. This synced up with the movement for a new international economic order where developing countries wanted to make sure that international laws weren't rigged against them. The common heritage idea stuck, and it got built into the Law of the Sea Convention, which is the Constitution for the Oceans. So the dark blue area is called the area, and it's the common heritage of mankind, which means there's no sovereignty claims. It's only used for peaceful purposes. It's cooperatively managed, and we got to protect it for future generations. Most importantly, common heritage means any benefits have to be equitably shared among the international community, which is kind of controversial. The International Seabed Authority is based in Jamaica. It controls and manages seabed mining in the area. And if you ratify the Law of the Sea, then you're automatically a voting member of the Seabed Authority and can help create the rules to govern seabed mining in the area. The Seabed Authority was created in the 90s, but its big job is just beginning as we move from exploration to exploitation. The Seabed Authority has issued 30 exploration contracts to 21 investors, including state-owned companies, international private companies working with state sponsors. China has the most permits, South Korea is number 2, the United States has none, and these exploration permits expire after 15 years, and they're starting to expire now.
As you can see, exploratory mining in both coastal areas as well as the deep sea has already begun. This includes mining in and near ecologically and biologically sensitive areas. We're going to focus on one of these, the bright yellow dots in the middle, which is called the Clarion-Clipperton Zone and has a number of deep sea mining permits already established by the International Seabed Authority. The Clarion-Clipperton Zone is one that you can see is already very well explored or in the process of being explored, where each of these different little colored squares represent a different mining interest or different corporation or country. So you have these exploratory mining permits that are being engaged in by several people. However, what we don't have yet are fully legalized and set regulations in order to protect the marine environment. We have, as you see on the left, recommendations, but as you see on the right, we're still in draft regulations. So recommendations, yes, regulations, no. And we have some severe concerns about environmental problems and degradation that go along with deep sea mining. One of these comes from life on the seafloor, whether that's sedentary life that's attached to the seafloor or marine life that take advantage of the habitat that that sedentary life creates, like this eel seen here. This is in a deep sea area, so you can get kind of an idea of what's out there. We also worry about sound pollution in the sense that we already know that ships create sound pollution that make it difficult for large sea mammals like whales to both navigate and to speak with each other using whale song. We don't have the kind of information yet that tells us how this will be affected by mining. What we do know is that we need to have regulations in place so that we're aware of the risks and we make the appropriate steps to protect the marine environment if we engage in deep sea mining. We mostly want to make sure that we see transparency. That is, if something goes wrong, that we all know about it. And the other thing we need to remember is that the United States is not a party to the Convention on the Law of the Sea, meaning we're not a voting member of the Seabed Authority. We can't file for mining permits under that, neither the U.S. government nor corporations, and we also don't get a say in the regulations that are being drafted.
Thank you both for the great session. On behalf of everyone at AGS, thank you also to the many organizations who make this symposium and the yearly work of AGS possible. We are especially grateful to all the organizations this year for providing your support, even though we can't physically get together. Your recognition of the importance of continuing this multi-year strategic dialogue, be it in person or through technology, is important and necessary. This brings us to our second panel discussion of the day, Coastal Risk and Resilience. Our panel of world-class experts will be moderated by AGS counselor and professor of geography at the University of Alabama, Dr. Michael Steinberg. Mike is not only our moderator today, but he is also a widely known expert in human and environmental interactions. Michael, we're happy to have you and your distinguished panel.
Hello, Welcome to Geography 2050, the Future of the World Ocean. And this specific panel is Coastal Risk and Resilience. My name is Michael Steinberg. I'm a professor of geography at the University of Alabama. My research deals with coastal communities and fisheries in Central America and the Caribbean. So I'm especially looking forward to the speakers we have today that deal with everything from local scale mangrove analysis and deforestation to global measurements and informatics of environmental change. Our first speaker today is Mr. Steve Canty from the Smithsonian Institute.
Thank you, Mike, and thank you to the American Geographical Society for the invitation. I'm going to give a brief overview of some of the important global trends in mangroves. And for those of you that don't know, mangroves are a diverse group of plants that are found along the tropical and subtropical coastlines and provide critical ecosystem services such as protection from storms and hurricanes, and are part of important climate change adaptation and mitigation strategies. And they also provide nurseries to commercially important fish species, which provide livelihoods and food security to coastal communities. But despite their importance, we've lost between 50 to 85% of mangroves globally. And if we look at data from 2000 to 2012, we can see that total deforestation losses have been focused in Southeast Asia. But is this the whole picture? And I don't think it is, because when we look at proportional losses, we can actually see that we've had significant losses throughout the entire geographic range of mangroves. And these data give more of a holistic view of what's really gone on during that time. And also what these maps don't really show is other problems that also face mangroves, such as habitat fragmentation and also the decline and degradation of these ecosystems. But despite this rather gloomy picture, there is cause for optimism. Over the last decade, globally, mangroves Over the last decade, global mangrove deforestation has significantly declined, and in some areas, mangrove cover has actually increased, and this is due to restoration. The driver behind these changes has been their role in climate change adaptation and mitigation. But what is the real potential for restoring mangroves across the globe? So what we can see here from this map is that there is potential, but in some places it's less than 10 to 20 hectares. So understanding the nuances of this, we actually need to drill down from this global perspective to local and regional pieces. And if we go into the Mesoamerican Reef region where I work, a transboundary resource shared by Mexico, Belize, Guatemala, and Honduras, an area that lost 30% of its mangrove cover between 1990 and 2010, we can see that there is huge potential. But is this the real picture? Because in a few places, we can see that there's large-scale availability for restoration, but in many places, it's as low as 10 hectares. And have the threats actually disappeared? So to support some of these efforts, we were part of a team that co-led the development of the regional strategy for mangrove management, conservation, restoration, and monitoring. The aim of this strategy is to provide a regional context for local and national actions. And we're supporting these efforts through the creation of habitat maps. And we're actually creating the first regional mangrove cover map at a 10-meter resolution. And as you can see, here's a couple of my colleagues, including Mike Steinberg, out in the field ground truthing for this project. We're also conducting large and fine-scale genetic analyses to assess the management scales required for mangroves. Is it just a local population or is it a regional population? When with the fine-scale analysis piece, we're actually ensuring that genetic diversity is maintained within restored populations. And then finally, we're assessing blue carbon. This is the carbon held within the mangrove plant itself, but mainly the sediments. And we're assessing the potential for blue carbon as a sustainable financing mechanism to support some of these actions. And it also goes into the nationally determined contributions, which are part of the Paris Agreement to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. So overall, what we're really seeing is, yes, there have been some large losses of mangroves regionally and globally, but the tide is turning and there are reasons to be optimistic about the future of mangroves. Thank you.
A little bit broad questions. Given that your first few slides were from the global perspective, can you talk about, are there particular countries or regions that have embraced restoration more than others, and what might be the drivers in those decisions?
Thanks, Mike. So there's restoration going on everywhere, which is great. And actually one of the big initiatives going on at the moment is the Global Mangrove Alliance. And this is bringing big NGOs, academics and governments all together. And the Smithsonian's actually a partner in this. And this is trying to sort of bring up the awareness of mangroves and also drive this change. And the aim is to increase mangrove cover by 20%. And within Southeast Asia, that's where some of the largest efforts are occurring. It's also where we've seen some of the major losses. But the good news is that restoration is taking place everywhere, and it's a major driver for us to find out how to improve best practices to make sure that ecosystem services come back, and we're not just bringing back a forest that doesn't do what it used to do or can't, and also can't adapt to the future, knowing that climate change is a big threat to some of these systems.
Great, thank you. One other question. Having worked in mangrove ecosystems before, I know it's not as simple as just sticking seedlings in the ground. Can you talk a little bit about the dynamics of mangrove ecology that lend themselves to successful restoration versus just sort of piecemeal, again, just sticking seedlings in the tidal zone?
So one of the big things that we're pushing, and we've got some great colleagues up in Mexico in UNAM and Cinvestav who have been pushing this more natural process for regeneration. And so a big piece of this is assessing the system before even planting. Planting is actually the last thing that you should do, because with any good plant, if you don't want it there, it's a weed. But the thing is that they will grow where conditions are good. So if we can look at the state of the hydrology, so the movement of salt water, but also fresh water into the system, and has that changed? How do we bring that back? Has the sediment changed? Do we need to just turn the sediments over to make them more a better climate for the seedlings to grow in? Most of the time, if we do this, the propagules will flush in from healthy mangroves around, and all of a sudden you'll see regeneration happening. And what you often see in places that have been cut down for development but haven't been developed, you'll see all of the seedlings coming in because the conditions are good. So restoration in the form of planting, not that it's not needed sometimes, it shouldn't be the primary method. What we should be doing is looking at how to facilitate this secondary, more natural succession. And with that, we actually get more representative ecosystems to what they used to be. What we find is when you start planting, there's changes in genetics. We plant them more sort of like a forestry system, like we're creating a plantation, which doesn't represent what the system does. So if we can, natural regeneration is the best. And if really needed, planting comes in as sort of option B.
Great, thank you. We have time for one more question. Can you talk about the role of local communities in some of the restoration efforts? Not necessarily just the physical labor, but are local communities incorporated in some of the planning and even sort of the environmental memory of what's been there, and so planning for the future?
That's a great question. So for a lot of the work that we do, it's all driven by local community requests, because they need something but aren't quite sure. So, that's the role of Smithsonian and other institutions. It's how can we help them to get to the goal that they want, not for us to dictate what they should be doing and you have to conserve and restore. So yes, local communities are key and should be the ones leading it. And it's our role to facilitate that best action. And yes, there's some great efforts going on throughout Central America and other places where it's all community-led, and it's I think it's also our responsibility as well, not to just involve them in that initial process, but also to find out how they benefit from the return of those mangroves. Are we creating the benefits that we promise? So are they protecting from hurricanes? Are they providing these fisheries? And I think by showing that these benefits do come and at what times, we allow to set expectations a little bit better, both for ourselves, but also for the communities, because there's no way that a newly planted or newly restored area is going to protect against a hurricane in the first few years. It can take, a good 10 to 20 years for a mangrove to reach a reasonable height where you would expect that. But it could give a fish nursery. They could start sequestering carbon, maybe not in huge amounts, but they could start water quality or water filtration. So there's many things that they can give. And it's really understanding that piece of that monitoring and evaluation for your success.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I'm sure some of the other panels will have questions at the end. Thank you. Our next speaker is Dr. Alfredo Giron Nava. Dr. Alfredo Giron Nava is an Andre Hoffman Fellow at Stanford University's Center for Ocean Solutions and the World Economic Forum Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution. Dr. Giron Nava's work focuses on the use of technology to support sustainable fisheries management and the reduction of illegal, unregulated, and unreported catch at a global scale. His previous experience includes projects for sustainable fisheries management in the US, Mexico, Canada, Palau, Solomon Islands, the European Union, and a series of studies at a global scale. Welcome, Alfredo.
Thank you very much, Mike, for that introduction. The title of my talk is Fish and Humans, Tales Only Maps Can Tell. And let me start with a question. What have maps taught us about global fisheries? Just as an example, we have known for a very long time that fisheries have reached their maximum, at least since the 90s. And ever since they have been decreasing slowly and steadily. But it wasn't until we looked at a map for the first time, for example, here in the 1950s, where the red areas indicate where we used to fish most intensively. It wasn't until we looked at this map and we compared it to the map in 2005 that we understood that maybe we are running out of space for new places to fish. So that trend finally starts making sense. Another example is that we know that international markets put a lot of pressure on ecosystems worldwide. But it wasn't really until we put it in a map, in this case, how sea cucumber fisheries expanded from Japan from the 50s to the 90s, that we understood that radial expansion, not only of the market, but of the collapse of different stocks worldwide, here in red, the overexploited ones. And so when I think about this, I look at the new technologies, I look at the new capabilities that we have, and I think, wow, this is the first time where we can really look at all of this in a map and understand our total fishing effort, our global footprint, almost in real time. And this is only possible because of the spatial components. So because of that, I always try to think about, like, what part of the story are we missing? What is it that we could understand a little bit better if we looked at it geographically? And so let me just give you a little bit of my background. I am from Mexico. I had the luck to work in the Sea of Cortez, the beautiful Gulf of California. Although it has one disadvantage, the underwater landscapes and those amazing sunsets are really difficult to work with and to focus. Well, that was intended to be a joke. But the thing that I really want to say is that this is a place that is not only beautiful, but where fisheries are deeply, deeply ingrained into society. They have a very high cultural value. And it's not only that they support tons of families, but also that they are interesting because they are not always easy. It's not an easy activity. Fishers have to live far away from home, sometimes fish depleted stocks, and not make a lot of money, apparently. And so one of the things that we have known for a while in the Gulf of California is that both the mean trophic level and the maximum size of fish in the region have been decreasing for a while, at least 5 decades now. And what this means is we are just running out of big fish. And so at the same time, the number of nets, boats, and fishers has been increasing almost in an exponential way. And not only that, but the Mexican government has been actively pursuing this as a goal to expand our fisheries capacity, with the idea that by having more fishers in the water and assuming that the ocean can keep providing, we can employ more people. And even though that might be true, there needs to be a deeper analysis on like, how will this really play? And so following that line of thought of like, everything looks better in a map, during my first years of research, I tried to do a map of fisheries in the Gulf of California. And so basically, we took aerial surveys. We went with airplanes taking photos of every boat we found. And then we took satellite imagery and had research assistants count the boats in each pixel. And then we came up with this map of the density of fishing boats throughout the whole region. And also, unsurprisingly, what we found is that the places with the settlements, the big cities, Mazatlan, La Paz, Guaymas, are the ones that have the most fishing. And then the question to me becomes, okay, what does this mean back to the community? What does it mean to those fishers that already have depleted stocks? What does it mean for them and their families? And so taking it a little further, here you can see different regions in the Gulf of California started from low population to high population, and then the average income of fishers per month. And what you see there is the poverty line. The thing that I want to highlight is that the higher the population, the more prone they are to be below poverty levels. And so this has sparked me a couple of questions about like, okay, that expansion of fisheries and that promotion of more permits, it doesn't seem like it's well supported. But well, while we keep working with the Mexican government, I saw this invaluable opportunity to become an ethical geo fellow last year. They were looking for projects. The American Geographical Society was looking for projects that wanted to use geographical information to say something about the cultural and ethical implications of data. And just gave it a try, pitch a project, trying to sell the idea of creating a similar exercise to what I did in the Gulf of California, and trying to map the status of fishing communities around the world, particularly related to their income and how it compares to national poverty levels. And this is the result. What we found is that places in orange are places where on average fishers are below their national poverty line. You can see Mexico is one of them. But one of the things that I want to draw your eyes to is this region of the world, where arguably, many of us will agree that they are some of the most dependent on the oceans for their income. And so this is just a project that is still going on. It still has a lot of potential to keep developing. And what I want to close with is that now I have really started transitioning from this question about what have maps taught us about global fisheries to how can we use this information to inform sustainable development that considers both the environment and people. Thank you.
We've got time for a couple of questions. And one thing I wanted to start with was referring to your slide that showed the decline of fish size. And that seems to be a common theme we see throughout the world, everything from cod, swordfish on down, or at least among the large species, large-bodied species. In Mexico and in the Gulf of California and the Sea of Cortez, is that driven by national consumption, or is it driven by feeding the tourist market, because some of those cities are tourist destination? What's happening there? Where's the demand coming from that's driving that?
Yeah, thank you. I think that's a great and complex to solve question. I mean, especially in the Gulf of California and also in the Gulf of Mexico, a lot of it comes to the US. I am also currently in the US. And those big fish, those highly valued fillets, we want them here. We pay more for them in these markets. More recently, there are new markets, particularly in Asia. And well, they came a little bit late to the game because the really, really big fish and sharks are already gone, but they are still like putting a lot of pressure in some of those other vulnerable stocks. And I am talking now about species like devil rays, like steel sharks, like the last big groupers and sea basses that we have in the region. So not a lot for national consumption, though. There's some, but not a lot.
Right, thank you. And then another question related to the slide showing the density of fishing boats. That's a great project. It's a fascinating use of remote sensing and aerial photography. Is the local government or national government even interested in that sort of data so that they might be able to better manage the spatial distribution or the permit system, or is it more just a free-for-all sort of classic tragedy of the commons?
Yeah, that's another. We have tried to work with them, and we have tried to say like, okay, here are the places where it could require some attention. It's difficult, not only because of the licensing permits, the licensed fishers, but also because of all of those that are not licensed. Our study didn't separate between those two. So even though national policies are updated every 4 or 5 years regarding the effort in the water and like how to assign permits, there's a legacy to all of this, and it's really difficult to enforce. So the work now is starting to become more a little bit of a grassroots kind of work in which fishing communities get educated and say like, okay, what can we do as a community to really have strategies and biologists in our communities and so on that can help us inform sustainable practices. Still, places like La Paz, Mazatlan, Guaymas, where they are just like cities, these strategies don't work. So we are still struggling a lot on how do we do this? Is there a partnership with the government that we can push a bit more or something? Yeah.
Awesome, thank you. And we'll return to a couple of these issues at the end among all the panelists. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next panelist is Dr. Bernice Rosenzweig. She's an earth scientist with a special interest in urban hydrology and climate change resilience. Her qualifications include a Bachelor of Science from Rutgers University, PhD from Princeton University, and postdoctoral research associate at the Environmental Science Initiative, City University of New York. She's an author of articles on green stormwater infrastructure, adaptation to extreme rain, pluvial flooding, ecosystem-based nitrogen regulation, and resilience indicators. Dr. Rosenzweig previously taught at Queens College and the City College of New York. She joined the environmental science faculty at Sarah Lawrence College in 2020. Bernice, welcome.
Hi, so thank you so much. My name is Bernice Rosenzweig, and I'm new faculty at Sarah Lawrence College. My research focuses on urban coastal environments, and particularly densely urban environments like New York City. So I'm going to talk about the Jamaica Bay sewershed of New York City. And yes, we usually use the term sewershed and not watershed, because in these really dense urban environments, the hydrology is so dominated by the built environment. And I'm going to talk very quickly about Jamaica Bay's history and how that impacts its current resilience practice. So just for some background, Jamaica Bay sewershed is located in the southeast of New York City. Most of the drainage area is actually located within the boroughs of Brooklyn and Queens in New York City, and some of the key features of the sewershed include JFK Airport. Jamaica Bay suffered catastrophic damage during Superstorm Sandy in 2012. And so this is a photo of the aftermath of Sandy in the Howard Beach neighborhood. And so flooding is obviously a major challenge for planners in the area. But as we begin to think about the resilience of Jamaica Bay and the future of Jamaica Bay, it's important to keep in mind that it's not just flooding from extreme events that we have to focus on, but also there's really a dual challenge of both planning for flooding and managing flooding, as well as protecting Jamaica Bay's natural ecosystems. Although Jamaica Bay is a densely urban environment, it's also part of the Gateway National Recreation Area. and it's an important site as part of the Atlantic flyway for migratory birds. So there are many types of flooding that Jamaica Bay stakeholders have to think about. There's storm surge flooding from extreme events like Sandy. There's high tide flooding that occurs regularly and obviously will continue to occur more frequently with sea level rise. There's flooding from cloudbursts. There's also flooding from groundwater because most of Jamaica Bay was located in historic wetlands, as I'm going to discuss in a moment, and the water tables in the area are very high. And for any given flooding event, there's usually some combination of multiple mechanisms that have to be considered. All of these issues are going to be exacerbated with climate change. So climate change will exacerbate both extreme rain as well as sea levels, as well as have impacts on the water table, since the sea level serves as a boundary for groundwater. And all of these things, all of these issues and mechanisms have to be considered in our planning. So this is just an overview of what Jamaica Bay looked like pre-development. So this is a historic topographic map that was surveyed by the U.S. Geological Survey in 1899. And this was right before most of Jamaica Bay's development really began in earnest in the 20th century. So what I think is really key to point out is the extent of historic wetlands, which is the blue hatch marked area shown in this map. You can also see the current shoreline, which is the pink line that's shown on this map. And the overwhelming majority of Jamaica Bay's pre-development wetlands were filled with a variety of different landfill materials rapidly for urban development through the first part of the 20th century. So today you can see how drastically different the Jamaica Bay sewer shed looks. And so all of those natural wetlands have been filled. The bay also has serious water quality issues as a result of the 4 wastewater treatment plants that serve the sewer shed. And you can see where they're located on this map. And so the remaining wetlands play an important role in nitrogen regulation. So using denitrification to reduce the water column nitrogen. But because the notings of nitrogen in Jamaica Bay are so high, they're only able to do so much. At the same time, high nitrogen loading can impact the stability of Jamaica Bay's remaining wetlands, which is a big concern in the region. So this is some mapping of the hydro period of Jamaica Bay's salt marshes. And so the remaining salt marshes are primarily the areas that receive regular inundation throughout the year. In this case, we're showing data from the year 2013. And the data that are shown here come from water level measurements from the Inwood gauge, which is shown at as the green dot on the right of the figure. And so Jamaica Bay's remaining salt marshes are more and more inundated each day. As sea level rises, the hydro period is going to increase, as well as their exposure to the nitrogen that affects their stability. And so the salt marsh area that receives more frequent inundation also receives higher nitrogen loading, and have actually been the marsh areas that have the highest rates of degradation. And so this is just some mapping of Jamaica Bay's nitrate, in this case, concentrations. And you can see they're extremely high, particularly in the remaining tidal creeks that are downstream of outfalls of the wastewater treatment plants, as well as the combined sewers. And so nitrogen management is a priority issue in the watershed that has to be considered alongside flood planning. So the legacy of Jamaica Bay's historic landfilling still impacts a lot of the issues that I've discussed so far. So this is just a map, once again, showing the USGS's historic topographic map in 1899, as well as the mapped area of inundation during Superstorm Sandy. And you can see that there's a really strong relationship based on the present day elevation. Areas that were historically landfilled are the lower elevation areas and more prone to flooding from storm surge. These are also the areas that have high water tables. And so as we think about how we're going to manage flooding in future years, we have to be mindful of the fact that these are areas with high water tables. So So we have to be mindful of the fact that these are areas with high water tables, so that presents challenges for using infiltration-based solutions. But they're also the areas that are most prone to flooding. So in conclusion, there's a lot to think about in terms of what we can learn from past transformations to support climate change resilience plan, and how we can identify synergistic opportunities for flood resilience and ecosystem conservation. So my research focuses on mapping historic transformations, their social, ecological, and technological drivers, as well as identifying opportunities for flood resilience that also support conservation of ecosystem services. And so thanks, I'm happy to answer more questions and talk more about my work.
So Bernice, thank you so much. That was fascinating. My first question is related to some of the storm surge damage. I'm curious, in other parts of the world, other parts of the United States, it's been shown that low-income communities are often disproportionately affected by storm events, and I'm thinking of the lower Ninth Ward in New Orleans after Katrina. Can you talk about your study area, and is that a relationship there, or is it sort of, was it an equal opportunity destructive event?
Well, are you talking specifically about Superstorm Sandy, or are you talking about flooding in general?
Flooding in general, but also Superstorm Sandy, if you want to refer to that event.
So for Superstorm Sandy, the flooding affected a range of different incomes, or communities that have a range of different incomes. There are quite a lot of very wealthy coastal communities in the Jamaica Bay watershed that are taking advantage of the amenities of being located along the waterfront. There are also quite a lot of communities that have been there for generations and are predominantly middle-income, working-class people that experienced severe coastal flooding during Sandy. But it's important to remember that especially in an urban environment, our mapping doesn't really reflect the flooding that's actually occurring. So when we look at maps, for example, the Federal Emergency Management Agency's 100-year floodplain maps, those are really coarsely resolved. In many cases, they're outdated, and they don't really represent the flooding that's happening, both because of coastal flooding as well as because of extreme rain in an urban environment. And so what we found is that in many cases, when you have a storm like Sandy, we have pretty good metrics of who is experiencing the flooding because of insurance claims. But when you have these smaller scale, frequently occurring events, which can be both coastal as well as driven by rain and by combinations of both, they often occur outside of the mapped floodplain, and they often happen to people that don't carry flood insurance. So those costs are borne by the residents because they can't file an insurance claim. And at the same time, there's no record that it's happening because we primarily use insurance claims to understand who's experiencing flooding. So we're doing a lot of work on alternative ways to understand who's experiencing the impacts of flooding, not just from these extreme events like Sandy, but repeatedly during smaller scale chronic events.
Great, thank you. And then one last quick question. I know this falls outside your area a little bit, but I want to sort of tie it in with some of the other speakers as well. Could you talk a little bit about, with all this runoff and the wastewater treatment plants, what are the ecological conditions? You mentioned, sea level rise and high nitrogen, et cetera, but can you talk a little bit about just the local ecological conditions in these salt marshes? How resilient are they?
So that's a great question, because we don't know what the threshold is for how much the wetlands can take. Wetland loss has been accelerating over the past couple of decades, and Ellen Hardig, who works for National Park Service in New York City, she works for the New York City Parks Department, has done amazing work in terms of mapping the rate of salt marsh loss in Jamaica Bay. There's also a really significant initiative to restore salt marshes in the bay, but the wetlands are impacted both by sea level rise as well as by nitrogen loading, and they're both connected because as sea level rises, the wetlands will be further exposed to nitrogen, which there are high concentrations present in the water column. And we just don't know what the tipping point will be for the wetlands, when they can no longer continue to regulate nitrogen, but will be degraded to the point that we can't continue to restore them, and they'll be completely lost from the system. So that's a really active area of research, and we just don't know what that threshold is, or whether potentially we've passed it already.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Dr. Dawn Wright is Chief Scientist of the Environmental Systems Research Institute, also known as Esri, a world-leading geographic information system or GIS software and data science company. And if you are a geographer, you know all about and use Esri all the time. She was appointed to this post in October 2011 after 17 years as a professor of geography and oceanography at Oregon State University. Dr. Wright also maintains research interests in spatial data science, seafloor mapping, coastal ocean informatics, and environmental education. She has authored or co-authored more than 150 articles and 10 books on marine geographic information systems, hydrothermal activity, and tectonics of mid-ocean ridges, and coastal ocean informatics. Welcome, Dr. Wright.
Okay, thank you very much, Michael. I am very thrilled to be on this panel and at this meeting, and to be discussing these really critical coastal issues. What I'd like to do in my presentation is talk a little bit about what interactive maps can bring to this conversation about coastal issues. As we've seen from my colleagues with the beautiful maps that they've shown, maps indeed can really help us to see the reality of the dangers to mangroves, the impacts of our global fishing efforts, the transformations within densely urban coastal ecosystems, all to plan, to restore, to survive, and to adapt. And what we're really talking about, as we've just heard from Bernice, is we're talking about resilience, resilience to flooding, resilience to coastal heat, and as I'll get into a little bit, resilience to sea level rise. So there are all of these amazing maps and apps now that are available on the web, on our phones and tablets, and they help us to actually make friends with regard to these critical conversations, to keep that conversation going, to create a coastal and climate economy, and to take action. So what I'd like to really focus on is action maps. So let's start at a global scale. So this is a big initiative that's now underway. It's called the Living Atlas Indicators of the Planet. And as you can see, it's like a report card for the entire Earth. And if you go to this site, which is livingatlas.arcgis.com/indicators, these indicators fill up your entire browser window. Now, Esri has partnered with Microsoft and National Geographic and the United Nations Sustainable Development Solutions Network to compile 18 pressing topics affecting our planet with real-time or near real-time data to match. So what we're looking at here is really like a single point to understand the day-to-day and year-to-year changes that are occurring on Earth for all of these various parameters, including many that are ocean and coastal related. I'm just going to go quickly to cyclones here, because one of the things that we are really taking advantage of now is real-time live feeds as to what is happening on the planet. So we're looking at current Hurricane Epsilon, which is moving through the North Atlantic. Thankfully, it is not going to make landfall on the US East Coast. And if we look at this in another view, we can actually zoom in to, let's say, going offshore of New York, given that the Geography 2050 meeting would have occurred in New York City. We can actually get an idea, a closer look in terms of the path of Hurricane Epsilon, and also what the forecasted position of Epsilon will be as it moves throughout the North Atlantic. So these types of near real-time or real-time are really important for us, especially for our public safety, especially now since we are still in hurricane season. It is predicted to last through the end of November. Another application, and this touches on a little bit as to what Alfredo was talking about, it's very important for us to understand heat events on the coast and future heat events in terms of the vulnerability of different populations to heat. So this is a somewhat complex web application that was put together by NOAA, and it also includes NOAA's climate modeling as combined with the CDC's Social Vulnerability Index. And what we're looking at is the vulnerability, in this case, at this scale of the entire nation, but the red polygons, this is a county level map of the United States, and the red polygons are the most vulnerable counties in terms of vulnerability to heat. And in terms of the variables of socioeconomic status, household composition and density and disability, minority status and language, housing and transportation. And over here, there is a summary for Perry County, Alabama, which is deemed as one of the most vulnerable counties. And it's giving you the breakdown in terms of how much of its perfect vulnerability score is divided by all of these various factors. Now, this web app does a lot of crunching, number crunching along the way, so I'm not going to have time to show you everything, but if you move up to 2050, since this is the Geography 2050 meeting, it calculates future populations, future vulnerabilities. In fact, it just calculated for us that in 2050, the projected maximum number of total days for Perry County, Alabama, with temperatures over 95 degrees is going to be 64 days. So that's a lot of heat. Let's move on to an even more higher resolution scale, a local scale, and look at a sea level rise app. So this is a specialized app that shows you what sea level rise will be like in the future. And there are many apps like this that are out there. But this one focuses on not only how much the ocean will encroach upon the land, but what critical infrastructure will be impacted. So here it's giving you symbols on this map, and I'm choosing St. Petersburg, Florida this time because I was recently in a webinar with the mayor of St. Petersburg, Florida, and he talked about what an amazing place this is, especially in terms of this being a peninsula on a peninsula. And so the symbols on the map focus on various kinds of critical infrastructure. It could be where local law enforcement offices are, medical facilities, fire stations, oil and gas facilities, railroad stations, transit stations, airports. And if we just move this slider up to, let's say, about 3 feet of sea level rise, which would be a calculation for about a decade from now, we're seeing here the extent of sea level rise, but also that certain electrical facilities are going to be in danger of flooding. If we go forward to 2050, and the sea level rise there will be anywhere from 7 to 9 feet estimated for this area, we can see that much more is going to be affected in terms of medical facilities, fire stations, electrical facilities, and of course the St. Petersburg airport. So this particular app is focused on the major coastal cities of the United States and allows us to plug and play, so to speak, with what will happen in the future. Another thing that is really important, and all of us as geographers are involved in this, and you've already heard from my colleagues, stories. You've heard very effective stories about these amazing issues. And a medium called the story map is very, very important for this. This is a story map that was put together by NOAA with Old Dominion University, and it talks about coastal flooding in terms of what it is. It goes through various parts of the world where you can see examples of coastal flooding, and there's small interactive maps that are included with those statements throughout the world, what the data are telling us in terms of, this is a global map in terms of where sea level rise is increasing, especially in coastal areas, and what's going on in terms of US coastal regions. This is looking at Norfolk, Virginia, so you can see what the expected flooding will be in terms of sea level rise for Norfolk, Virginia in the year 2040. it goes forward and it talks about what this will look like not only in 2040, but also in 2060, 2080, and beyond. And then it takes you through some other resources, ending with action in terms of what can we do, what other resources are available. And I think this type of storytelling is extremely valuable. So thank you very much for listening to my presentation. I'm going to stop presenting now.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dawn. That was fascinating. And my first reaction and question is, we can predict these things, and now thanks to Esri, we can see these things, even sea level rise, et cetera. What's the reaction to local governments, or from local governments, or in corporations? Are people starting to plan accordingly, or is it more management by crisis as we've sort of seen in the past?
Yes, that's an excellent question. And one of the things that we're seeing, especially given that, I don't want to get too political here, but given that our country as a whole has been removed from the Paris Climate Accord, we have been hearing stories of how state and local governments have moved on with climate resilience on their own. And the power of maps that we know is that maps should be and are now in the hands of all kinds of people, including those in local and state governments. So we're finding that these governments are taking our tools and building their own applications, building their own maps. And this is really important, especially from what we've heard from Bernice and from Alfredo and from Steve, in terms of the local communities need to be at the forefront of this and need to be able to use these tools in order to do their own planning. Now, I could go on and on about this, but another angle to this is the awakening among corporations in terms of corporate social responsibility, and in terms of the private sector doing their part as well, and showing how they are contributing to solving the problem instead of being part of the problem, especially those of us who have facilities or offices that are in coastal regions.
Thank you very much. And then related to that, you know, some of the, I've read in various media outlets that some of the South Pacific islands in particular have been, you know, aggressive in terms of climate change leadership. And do you find that in terms of their embrace of this sort of technology, or do you have interactions with them? And I mean, have they reached out, you know, Palau, the Maldives, you know, you name it, in terms of their interest as well, not just US cities or corporations, but these international actors as well?
Yes, this is really important. And we do find that these small island states are absolutely taking the leadership, and they're working with our software, with open source software, with whatever they can get their hands on. And at Esri, we're doing a lot of work with the United Nations. And so that's where we are working with some of these small island states the closest. And my own work has been in American Samoa and Samoa. And even our work in Samoa is continuing because of our close partners in Conservation International. So I love the fact that the smallest are leading us as they should, and they know full well what's at stake, because they will just not have anything if we continue on this trajectory. I should also mention too that we are going into the United Nations Ocean Decade. It's the decade of ocean science for sustainable development. I really thank Alfredo for mentioning sustainable development, because there are going to be all kinds of efforts, again, led by many of these small island states to take action.
Nice, thank you. That's great to hear. I want to thank everyone for the presentations. They've all been fascinating and all build on each other in various ways. It's really been an impressive and amazing panel, and in many ways it could be a very interesting edited volume or special journal issue as well, given much of the overlap. The next part of our discussion is I'll throw out some questions for the group, and I want the group to feel free to ask questions within or to each other as well. I don't want to just dominate the conversation. One question that I'll sort of lead with, and it sort of builds on Dawn's presentation, actually, since she had the scroll bar where we could see into the future. I would like you each to briefly comment on Geography 2050. What does your study site or your study topic, if you had to do this presentation in 2050, what would it look like? What are we talking about? What are the major issues? And I guess we could start in alphabetical order again with Steve.
Thanks, Mike. So I get the least time to think this large question through, but
sorry about that.
I mean, it's super interesting to think like that far ahead, and that's why this whole symposium is great. That it really does make you think that far forward. And I mean, some of the work that we've done together in Belize is showing how, with eutrophication and actually from a natural system of birds, but that combination with sea level rise is pushing mangroves to the brink because of the way that eutrophication, excess of nutrients, is causing a differentiation in growth. So these mangroves are becoming top heavy. Hurricanes come through, storms come through, they topple over. And in the presentation, you actually saw one of the mangrove islands that had disappeared almost by 75% of its cover. And so the greatest threat at the moment, as I see it, is as a natural piece, or as natural as you can say, is sea level rise for mangroves. So what can we do where we build resilience at local levels so that we take away some of the anthropogenic threats at that local level? We help with restoration, we help build these ecosystems and the communities around them to be resilient. And then we really have to tackle sea level rise and the general drivers of that change, because that is what's going to hurt us the most, because we need sea level rise to not be accelerating at the rate it is. We know that it's part of a natural process, but we're pushing it. So how do we bring it down to allow these ecosystems to be able to adapt at a pace that is natural? And then we can get through it, and then we can build both resilient ecosystems and resilient communities in the coastal areas and further inland.
Awesome, thank you. That's great. Alfredo, do you want to go next?
Yes, thank you. This is a very interesting question. And I actually want to thank Dawn for mentioning the UN Decade of Ocean Sciences for Sustainable Development. I have been deeply involved in its inception, in pushing forward the implementation plan, and particularly in getting early career ocean professionals to become part of all of this. Our proposal has been, we have been doing these UN system initiatives in a certain way for decades now, and it's almost always the mid to late career people who do it and then expect the new generations to just like take them and run away with them. Let's get those voices to think strategically with them at the table, because in the end, they are the ones that are going to be doing it. And they already have PhDs, masters. They know a little bit of what they are talking about, probably not the strategic vision just as developed yet. So if I was in 2050 and I had to look back and say like, okay, what did the decade achieve? One of the things that I will really pay attention to is how have we changed the paradigm of using technology and data to really map out what we are doing. And we heard about this a lot with things like the Internet of Things, for example, which means basically if you have a sensor measuring something and you detect a problem, you have the infrastructure and the capacity to address it real time. I would really like to see that all the problems that we talked about in this panel really move in that direction. We now have the technology, we are working on the policy frameworks, and we are having this new wave of early career professionals who think about these things a lot. So I would really like to see that.
Awesome, thank you. Bernice?
So I think in order to answer that question, we have to stop just thinking about what's happening at the surface, and in our cities, think about what's happening in the subsurface. because the subsurface is really going to be the first indicator of the effects of sea level rise. And so in my presentation, I rushed through this figure a little bit quickly, but when we think about sea level rise, we think about it inundating the surface like a bathtub. In a dense urban environment, it's not going to be that simple. Water follows the path of least resistance. And so sea level is already starting to follow the path of least resilience through our subterranean infrastructure, like our storm sewers, and like in our basements, which are in many cases in dense cities, residences for people or host critical infrastructure. And those are going to be the parts of our cities that are actually going to flood first. So I'm really excited about the opportunity to start taking advantage of new data on the urban subsurface and to develop new approaches for representing the urban subsurface in our mapping and the impacts of sea level rise and climate change that are unfortunately already locked in and will affect our cities in 2050s on their subsurface infrastructure and residents and systems.
Nice, thank you very much. That's fantastic. And then last but not least, certainly Dawn, you've mentioned quite a few, 2040, 2050, 2060 already, but tell us where this is headed. What do you see?
Well, one thing that's going on right now is that we were able to make those maps right now showing us what might happen in 2040, 2050, 2060 because of the models that underlie them. And so there's going to be a continued effort to sharpen those models, to understand and to build in their uncertainty so that we have some indication of uncertainty in these maps. That's a long-standing problem in geography. How do you map and show the uncertainty in your observations, but certainly in your models? But following on from what my colleagues have said, in 2050, I think we're moving headlong towards a digital twin capability, and this gets to what Bernice was talking about with urban planning on the surface and the subsurface. So a digital twin is going to be powerful for everything, but certainly for coastal areas because it's a virtual representation of an object or a process or a system, and it bridges that gap between the physical and the digital worlds. This gets to what Alfredo mentioned about the Internet of Things. There's certainly artificial intelligence that's going to be part of this, that's going to accelerate how we're able to innovate, how we're able to monitor and sense. But we need more acceleration in terms of building consensus. And I would like to see artificial intelligence be used not just for identifying things in imagery, which is certainly a big thing right now in geography, but also helping us to come to a quick decision so that we can save time and so that we can iteratively model these changes and test. So if there's a new subsurface sewer infrastructure, can we test how that system is going to function under a rapid and devastating flooding event, and how can we troubleshoot that? So here's hoping. We don't have people on the moon yet, but in 2050 we may have this. We don't have more people on the moon, but in 2050 we may have more digital twins.
Excellent. Thank you so much. So I've asked all the questions so far. I'd like to open the floor a bit to see if there are some collaborative ideas or collaborative questions or anything else that the panel wants to discuss among the group or with each other.
So my question to my esteemed colleagues here who have given me a lot more to think about today. One of the things that I think is also key is partnerships as we move forward. And, you know, we've talked a little bit about this and the generational pieces, local knowledge, tech, business, ecologists, and I'd just be interested to learn a little bit more about some of the partnerships that you have developed with different people that might have surprised you to get you to sort of where you have been, where you are now.
Yeah, that's a hard one because at Esri we do all kinds of partnerships, and we're partnering with the Smithsonian right now on a different project. We want to partner with Stanford's Center for Ocean Solutions, and we do a lot of partnerships with universities writ large. But in terms of what's surprising, I think what may be surprising is when partnerships among big players all come together all at once. And this again is why this UN decade is so, we have so much hope for that, because even with our indicators that we showed for Esri to come together with Microsoft and the National Geographic, that was not easy. It was not easy at all, even though we're all sort of in the same space. And what was easier was to connect with the United Nations, because the United Nations normally plays well with everyone. And then also with scholarly organizations like the American Geographical Society and the American Association of Geographers, and when all of those things come together into one product, that's pretty cool.
On my side, I recently started this new job as an Andre Hoffman Fellow, and one of the really cool parts of it is being part of the World Economic Forum. And that's exactly where you see these kind of partnerships that Don was talking about. It's just amazing to see how the job of the forum, the whole thing of the forum is how do we take all of these players from industry, government, civil society, academia, and find those sometimes tiny common threads and build something out of that. And it's an art. And I am so excited to spend the next couple of years just learning that process. And I completely agree with you. This is all about partnerships. We have a lot of things going on, and now what we need to do is to work together.
Beatrice, did you want to jump in?
So one of the really surprising partnerships that I've started to develop is actually with historical societies and map librarians, particularly the historical societies in New York and Maryland. And so when you're thinking about doing climate change resilience research and flooding, you think about, for example, using the better or the best or the newest hydrodynamic models, or downscaling general circulation models for climate change in the newest way, which of course is really important. But then in interpreting those results and understanding why the landscape looks the way it does, or why a system works the way it does, or how we got in this situation, it's so valuable to actually work with historic maps and understand what the landscape looked like as the city was developing, and how that could have potentially driven the decisions that we made and what we can learn from those decisions. So I would have never thought that I'd be establishing these partnerships with historians and archivists, but they've been really important to my work.
Nice, thank you very much. Are there other, I have a question, but I don't want to take up any airspace. Are there other questions from the panel for your colleagues? Well, I can jump in.
Yeah, please do, because it's hard to beat Steve's question. That was such a good question. Stop that.
Well, it sort of builds on Steve's question a little bit. Steve and I have worked together in Belize, and we know lots of the same groups and folks, the Fisher folks in Belize and Central America. And one of the frustrating things, I think, for us and for a lot of researchers and for local people is that the information, the technology doesn't always trickle down, and to borrow an economic term from the 1980s. And so if you could all talk just briefly again about what you're doing, and I know you're all working at different scales and on different topics, but how do we make sure the people that are most affected by storm sewer runoff or surges or technology of various states, or overfishing or mangrove deforestation, how are you in your research addressing that issue to make sure these people, these communities have access to this information? And I realize I'm not trying to put anybody on the spot, because sometimes it's difficult in very rural areas that don't have access to the internet or technology, but perhaps you could even talk about if the information isn't available, what could be done to make it available?
I can start on that one. That has been a common topic in since the beginning, when I started doing research, I had the luxury of having a PhD advisor who, I don't know the percentage, but a very big percentage of his funding was to do community outreach and to really, really go back to the communities and say, like, this is the data we got from you. This is what it means for you. This is how you can use it to take decisions about your community, to talk to the government about your programs, to do something with it. And so that has become a really core value for me as a professional. Every time scientists, and we don't get paid to do this most of the times, every time scientists go to a community and need their data, need their information, any kind of interaction with them, there should be a responsibility to come back and tell them what happened with it. And this is just a cultural shift.
Exactly. Steve, do you want to?
So yeah, no, I just second that it is, the onus is on us to give back the digested or analyzed pieces of information that we've either got from wherever or from them. And I think that that's the biggest thing as well, that we can't underestimate. It's not just us producing this information and then giving it to these people. These communities have a wealth of information. So like some of the fisheries work that I've done previously and also mangrove knowledge, you can get 200 years worth of data just by sitting down and chatting with somebody for 20 minutes, because that's ingrained in them from getting it from their dad, from their grandfather, from their grandmother, and you can get generations of information. And I think this is the other key thing of the partnership. That is the partnership, that you're sharing conversations and data. You're getting this wealth of knowledge that perhaps, you know, satellites weren't up and around back then. So how do you get this data? How do you get some of these historic maps that in places that didn't have US geologists and geographers running around doing things? And I think that that's the key piece. And part of it is like with the Esri story maps as well. How do we make these conversations that it's not you going back and sort of expelling all of this information? It's that continuation of the conversation of, we found this and what do you make of that? And that it's this overall conversation that keeps that trust and transparency between the different partners and just keeps you moving forward in a way that, you know, gives you the feedback to make sure that you're not just making assumptions based on a misinterpretation of that data, and that they continue to feel that they lead the process which they are leading, or very at least if it's a top-down approach, that they're included within this decision making. And I think inclusion of generations, diversities, indigenous peoples, all of that has to be a key part of this information sharing. And that's the key piece. It's information sharing, but it goes more than two ways. It's a round circle that keeps coming back.
Excellent. Yes, very true.
So I would also follow up on the importance of partnerships. I mean, we're doing better and better in terms of actually mapping flood hazard or mapping the changes in our ecosystems. But then your average person is not going to be, even if we're providing access to that map, your average person is not going to be aware that that map exists or is available to them without doing outreach, without letting them know. And then I also agree that it's really important to co-learn with the communities that you're working with, because you on your own might have some interpretation of the map's results, but they, given their lived experience in the community, can provide so much more insight for any set of results. So it's so valuable, even though, you know, we're really not incentivized to do this in many of the conventional ways, but it's so valuable to take the time to actually have a workshop and to talk to the stakeholders in your community and to actually share your results with them and learn from them, as well as, you know, share your interpretations of the results.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's great. Quick, that was what I was going to say as well, given that we're running short on time. Very quickly, we're at a large meeting, this Geography 2050 meeting or conference, but going down in scale and resolution, so to speak, to these smaller workshops with smaller groups within local communities, I think is one of the best ways. And in terms of technologies, the tech companies are working on mapping technologies where you just need a very simple cell phone network, or there's an appliance that you can use where you're using an intranet instead of the internet in places where it's very remote and it's hard to get to that kind of access. So those are the other types of innovations that I think we need.
Nice. Yeah, I know in my own research, if I can comment, I use Cordoco. It's a lat-long photo app that, in terms of ground truthing, we've tested it's just as accurate or more accurate than a lot of the over-the-counter GPS units. So it's interesting to hear you say that. Okay, thank you all for those responses. Very interesting. How are we doing time-wise? Well, thank you all for the really interesting presentations. I know we would all rather be in New York in person, whereupon we might go out and have a libation at this point. But nonetheless, this has been really interesting and fascinating. And I think there are a lot of collaborative potential opportunities among this group. And I'm certainly, my brain is on overdrive right now. So again, I want to thank everybody for the fascinating presentations, and thank the AGS for giving us this opportunity to reach a larger audience. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. It was awesome.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, no, it's been great, and good to meet all of you.
Thank you, Michael, and all of you for this very lively discussion about a topic that is so much at the forefront of the future of the ocean. Project Geospatial is a podcast and movement dedicated to increasing awareness of geospatial technology, industry best practices, and community resources. Under the direction of Mr. Adam Simmons, Project Geospatial partnered with the American Geographical Society to produce this virtual symposium, and we are indebted to Adam for all of the effort and resources he contributed to make this symposium possible. As a bit of a follow-up to our last panel, we asked Dr. Craig Colton, former AGS counselor and the Carl O. Sauer Professor of Geography at Louisiana State University, to fill us in on his latest research covering flood management in the Louisiana coastal zone. Craig?
Well, good day. It's really a pleasure to be able to speak to you. I appreciate you tuning in, and I will talk to you a bit about the situation in Louisiana and increasing influences of the ocean in the Louisiana coastal zone. Climate change is threatening cities and coastal populations across the globe, as I'm sure you've heard throughout the run of this conference, and that raises grave risks to flooding. And what is sometimes underappreciated is that flood risk will also creep up rivers that empty into coastal areas after they cross low-lying coastal plains, and they will add to environmental justice tensions that are already in place, where flood management remains fixated on riparian risk and has not turned its attention to the inland advance of coastal influences. This paper considers topographic justice in the Amite River Basin in southeast Louisiana. In terms of topography, the Amite rises in southern Mississippi and drains a portion of 3 Louisiana parishes, or what you might know them as counties. The uppermost basin is largely rural, with forest and livestock grazing as the dominant land uses. East Baton Rouge Parish, home to the state capital, is highly urbanized, while its eastern neighbor, Livingston, has become a booming bedroom community for the larger city. They lie astride the Amite's middle course, where there is adequate gradient to allow reasonable drainage, and where the river and its main tributary, the Comite, have built a floodplain that is subject to inundation during high river stages. Ascension Parish which, like Livingston, has been experiencing suburbanization at a rapid pace since the 1970s, straddles the lower course of the river, where there is very little gradient, and much of the parish has long been susceptible to flooding. After flowing across the low-lying coastal plain, the river empties into the near sea level Lake Maurepas, which is susceptible to considerable influences from surge-driven tropical cyclones that can generate dangerous conditions when there is a combination of heavy rainfall, runoff, and lake level rise. Suburbanization has greatly increased the population, land cover, property at risk, and runoff from the three parishes. In the lower reaches, the combination of recent development and coastal risk are most evident. Thomas Thaler and his associates asked the question, does flood risk management privilege upstream people and properties over downstream territories? This question poses both procedural and distributional social justice issues that are bound up in this relationship between people and place shaped by topography and hazards. In cities in the U.S. South, wealth and whiteness have often been associated with topographic privilege. Ullin and Wharf considered altitudinal zonation as one process contributing to environmental risk for disenfranchised African Americans across the region. In terms of distribution, their generalization is somewhat at odds with the conditions in the Amite River Basin. While many Black neighborhoods are subject to topographic injustice in the Baton Rouge region, the most extreme and geographically extensive risks are posed to post-1970 middle-class suburbs in the lower basin. And the African American neighborhoods, the distressed areas, are shown in the dark color here. Procedurally, flood management is fragmented among three parishes and has been oriented exclusively to riparian risk reduction strategies, largely relying on facilitating drainage, which diverts excess flow to the lower river basin. With global warming and sea level rise, a new category of risk from the coast is pushing upstream and has prompted consideration of climate change adaptation in a program run by the state's Coastal Management Authority. Upstream officials have yet to factor this emerging risk into flood mitigation planning, and drainage acceleration remains the principal strategy for managing excess water. A major flood in 2016 renewed public interest in flood control and has reactivated upstream-downstream conflicts over mitigation policies and programs. Environmental justice, an emerging concern after the 2016 flood, has gained traction at the neighborhood and parish scale, but not yet for the entire basin. The inability of governing bodies to fully address flood mitigation at the basin scale is perpetuating injustices tied to riparian risk and fails to address the emerging climate-driven risk, which are expanding flood zones up the stream as coastal residents at the same time migrate into these very same areas. As part of a larger project known as Inland from the Coast, which has examined changing flood risk in the Amite River Basin, community well-being, and best practices for flood mitigation, this research is built on mixed methods. It relied on a review of historical accounts of floods, flood and hazard mitigation policy, public comments on drafts for flood control projects, and public policy changes dealing with flood risk. A second component of the research tapped local expertise through a series of focus groups and a pair of scenario building workshops. After the two most recent floods in this basin in 1983 and 2016, internal basin conflicts have arisen over the environmental justice of flood mitigation efforts, centered on the displacement of flood risk by accelerated drainage from upstream communities to the downstream territory. The environmental justice debate does not pit the socially marginalized against an entrenched and privileged bureaucracy. Most of the downstream development has been by middle-class whites seeking a suburban setting with schools that have high percentages of white students. The upstream proponents of drainage are both rural, non-farm residents who fear loss of their land if there's a storage reservoir built, or residents of the slightly higher urban neighborhoods who are largely responsible for contributing to larger volumes of runoff. There is a sizable African-American population in Baton Rouge proper who live in many of the more distressed neighborhoods that suffered severe flooding in 2016. They have a more prominent say in local politics and are not entirely disenfranchised. And also the city's had a black mayor for more than 12 years. So there is some attention paid to African American concerns. Nonetheless, maintenance of city services, particularly drainage canals, were a main factor in neighborhood flooding in 2016 in both black and white neighborhoods. Upstream residents of all backgrounds clamor for better drainage, while suburban middle-class whites in the lower basin have expressed their objection to drainage as a primary solution for the basin. The imbalance in upstream and downstream is accentuated by the presence of the largest urban population in the middle basin, seen here. Through sheer volume and legislative representation, they have a more powerful political voice and also displace the most runoff. This creates the potential for an imbalance at forums that allow public input into flood management plans and in legislative decisions. Rural residents see no reason that they should sacrifice land to protect downstream dwellers and have been vocal in their positions. So there is effectively a three-way conflict: upstream rural, middle stream urban, and lower basin suburban. Decades of policy that promoted urban development in Baton Rouge and the rapid removal of water from expanding suburbs allowed suburban sprawl to spread into Livingston and Ascension parishes. Thus, on the eve of the 2016 flood, these two parishes, along with eastern Baton Rouge, had far more houses and residents at risk than when the 1983 flood occurred. A surprisingly frank post-flood report notes that after the 1983 flood, pointed out the tendency in Baton Rouge to blame rural upstream neighbors for flood-inducing runoff, when actually the conversion of agricultural land to forest in the preceding decades had reduced runoff, thus questioning the equity of imposing a reservoir on upstream landowners. It also reports that only Ascension Parish had undertaken any sort of significant land damage reduction program by building a series of canals and levees. The author of this report asserts that the reluctance of midstream communities to pay for flood control projects that would benefit their downstream neighbors, which exemplified the absence of basin-wide solutions, and even points out the benefit-cost method of the Corps of Engineers in evaluating flood control projects does not consider the equity effect on future development. The author goes on to state that downstream dwellers feel it is unfair to exclude the benefit of future development in planning flood control measures and to place the interests of a minority ahead of the majority downstream. Yet, in the Amite Basin, the majority resided in Baton Rouge, which favored imposing costs on upstream landowners in the form of a reservoir and also on downstream residents in the form of additional discharges from the city. In the late 1980s, both Ascension and Livingston faced economic challenges and decreased funding for the internal flood mitigation. Voters repeatedly rejected local taxes for improved risk reduction, even with the 1983 flood in their rearview mirror. Outside experts promoted basin-wide solutions through a newly formed River Basin Commission, which encompassed the entire Louisiana portion of the river basin. But the commission had no authority, and with land use jurisdiction embedded in parish politics and finances, the upper lower river basin interests prevailed and continued to compound existing conflict. Public response to proposed flood mitigation projects continued to reflect the upstream-downstream tensions. Proposed mitigation projects met opposition. A proposal to dredge the lower Comite met resistance from middle and upstream residents who argued it would destroy sport fishing. Consideration of an upstream flood storage reservoir ran into harsh criticism from upstream residents, in contrast to the hearty support from lower floodplain populations. A public forum on flood solutions in 1990 included officials from the 3 river basin parishes who argued for a regional approach, but local interest eclipsed basin-wide solutions. An East Baton Rouge official sought the reservoir in the upper basin, but upstream landowners asked why they would have to pay and sacrifice land to protect downstream residents. In Ascension Parish, officials argued that downstream problems were not solely the result of development there. He observed that upstream development was causing flooding in Ascension, where there had never been flooding before. 7 years following the 1983 flood, the first substantive environmental impact statement for a major flood mitigation plan appeared. The option under consideration was the Amit River Diversion Canal, with benefits principally to the upper and lower basin, and virtually no cost in terms of land submerged beneath the reservoir in the upper basin. The diversion canal was the most equitable basin-wide option and met with hearty support and approval. Only modest local tributary projects reached completion in the interval between the 1983 flood and the next calamitous flood in August 2016. There were several notable floods in that interim in 1990, 93, 2001, plus a spring flood the same year in 2016. Flood mitigation improvements, which featured drainage in the middle basin and a combination of levee and drainage works in the lower basin, along with some minor adjustments in building codes and land use practices, did not prepare the basin for a flood that exceeded the 1983 crest by over 5 feet and caused far more damage than the previous record-setting event. The Komit River Diversion Canal, while supported by local taxpayers throughout the basin and approved by Congress, had largely stalled since its authorization in 1992. The Amit River Basin Authority remained advisory, with no regulatory authority in terms of basin-wide land use, regulation, zoning, or building codes. The uneven risks pointed out repeatedly in flood mitigation reports after 1983 persisted when the rains began to fall in August 2016. Political fragmentation of the flood-prone Amit River Basin has created an ideal situation for topographic injustices. The upper basin contains forest and pasture land with sufficient topography to enable efficient drainage downstream away from dispersed houses atop uplands. The middle basin has less topographic relief and has experienced considerable middle-class sprawl across the floodplains of the main river and its numerous tributaries. Developments shed more runoff while developers have installed minimal drainage systems, far inadequate to accommodate the discharge from their developments. Parish officials have eagerly permitted the proliferation of subdivisions with little regard for their collective impact. Despite frequent floods, there has been little effort toward flood coordination among parishes or with the state's coastal protection planning effort. The exceptional precipitation in 2016 exposed the cumulative results of both floodplain encroachment by development and inadequate mitigation. For over a century, authorities have claimed basin-scale drainage and flood management is tantamount to reducing flood risk in the basin. But in the absence of a basin-wide strategy, flood risk has grown at the lower edges of the many new subdivisions or has been diverted to the lower basin. While many in at-risk suburban neighborhoods are middle class, they and the entrepreneurs who develop the subdivisions argue that architectural floodproofing would simply make these properties too expensive and stymie development. Local authorities who desire the added tax revenue from new developments are adverse to requiring floodproof construction. These procedural steps impose risk on individual homeowners. The absence of both a basin-wide approach and effective restrictions on floodplain development perpetuate the topographic injustices in the Amit River Basin. A recently formed state watershed initiative seeks wider collaboration, and the State Coastal Authority could step in and provide guidance as well on looking at coastal climate change issues. Local authorities could also provide guidance as it deals with rising sea levels, but it has not turned its attention inland yet. Yet a topographically unjust and unsafe approach fails to incorporate the emerging coastal risk and exemplifies challenges faced by other inland areas near the shore around the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Craig. We are very proud of the work you do in Louisiana to better understand this recurring problem. We think all of you are going to enjoy the book review interview today. AGS Chairman Chris Tucker is going to sit down with one of the world's most famous science fiction writers, Mr. Kim Stanley Robinson, to talk about his latest work. Chris and Stan?
I'm Chris Tucker, chairman of the American Geographical Society. As we were planning Geography 2050, my colleague Banning Garrett mentioned that today's guest was releasing a new book this fall. When he mentioned the topic and the title, I just knew that I wanted to recruit him to give a book talk as part of the symposium. And as luck would have it, we succeeded. Kim Stanley Robinson, the acclaimed science fiction author known for his books The Mars Trilogy, Green Earth, 2312, New York 2140, and so many more, has just released his new book entitled The Ministry of the Future. It's a provocative story of catastrophe inducing a fundamentally new global institution for proactively addressing the scourge of climate change, protecting and regenerating the biosphere so that future generations of humans and the plants and animals that we depend on can survive. Of course, you can't talk about climate change without talking about the future of the oceans. So we're excited to talk with Stan today to learn about his book and about what the Ministry of the Future teaches us about the future of the world ocean. Stan, thanks so much for joining us today.
Thank you, Chris. I'm happy to be with you.
And congratulations on the new book. How many is this for you?
I don't really know. Maybe 20.
Wow. Okay.
Something like that.
It gives us all life goals to aspire to. We appreciate that.
I'm not sure that's a sane goal, but that's okay.
So to all the potential readers listening in today, without providing too much in the way of spoilers, how would you describe your book, its plot, and the urgency of the time frame that you set it in?
I wanted to do a science fiction novel that described the next 30 years or so in a way that readers could believe that it could happen that way. And 30 years at the end of it, see a human civilization that had come to grips with climate change and was dealing with it as well as one could believe in. So this was a global novel and covering really 3 decades. Well, the novel isn't very well equipped. The normally structured novel isn't very well equipped to deal with that kind of a scenario. But the science fiction novel has its tricks, and so does the regular novel, being a very capacious form. So I structured it by postulating the Ministry for the Future and setting it in Zurich so that I had an anchor of characters and place, and from there ranged really widely using a whole variety of literary forms like the eyewitness account, the riddle, the prose poem, the meeting notes, that kind of thing. And that's pretty much the book. It's a melange, and I thought that because the topic is kind of grim, dire, we are in a emergency situation right now in our relationship to the biosphere, and it's scary. And so novels are still art form, and art has to do with pleasure, entertainment, for fun. And so with this topic being what it is, the fun for me came out of the variety of forms, out of the there's 106 chapters. When you start a chapter, you don't know what kind of narrative you're going to be reading. It might not be narrative at all. You don't know what kind of text you're going to be reading. And so the game of the novel is this choreographed or quilting of together of different forms.
No, I certainly appreciated that as a reader. Sometimes you sit there and go, well, wait a minute, there's 106 chapters. I'm going to have to work through each one. But when each one's kind of a little surprise that you open up as a package, it makes it kind of a fun page turner for sure. So Ministry of the Future, the title had me, the moment that came out of Banning's mouth and said, there's this book out there, I'm like, well, I have to read that. And you talk about it a bit in the book, but, Ministry of the Future is established in response to kind of this extreme climate moment that you create in your storyline that made such a profound impression on the international community that they felt the need to create this entirely new organization that's charged with looking out for future generations, like looking out for people that don't have their own advocate, right? Future generations don't exist, so they can't advocate for their own future. And plants and animals, the biosphere, certainly can't advocate for its own future. And you had this great little term, the circle of inclusion has been growing over historical time, right? Where somehow we've gotten to the point in human civilization that we realize in our decision making, we actually need to include future generations, even though they can't cast a vote at the ballot box today, right? So how did you see the oceans figuring into that equation, right? You talked about rivers, you talked about forests. There's all these parts of the natural world that need advocacy if they're going to survive into the future. How did you think about all that?
Well, I traced the evolution over historical time that has already existed and what we have got to now, which includes some emergent signals in terms of law. The Constitution of Ecuador has its forest as a citizen with rights. The Constitution of Wales, the Children's Trust, and other organizations are defending the rights of children, even though they can't vote. And then there's even a network of organizations that are somehow charged with defending the rights of the future people that already exists. They're fairly embryonic, you might say. But in my novel, it was important to seize on them as examples of what could happen if we took the rights of future people as being equivalent to our own. And this does have to do with legal standing. In other words, you have to have standing before a court will take your case. And standing is really the first accomplishment of making a legal case in the first place. There's a great environmental text by a Christopher Stone called "Do Trees Have Standing?", which is a kind of a pun, but he meant, of course, legal standing. And so this is an issue already. And to get to the specific in your question, the oceans then would be part of the biosphere. The oceans are a space for living creatures that humans depend on to stay alive. And the ocean has also taken up maybe 40% of the CO2 that we've burned into the atmosphere has ended up in the oceans and chemically changed the oceans so that the pH of the ocean itself is measurably different than it was when we started measuring. And when you consider how much water that is, to change its pH by a measurable difference is a sign of how much carbon we've poured into it as basically a depositor of waste and pollution. So we've fouled the ocean, and we've also overfished it, so that the ecology of the oceans, between physically warming it up because the temperature is higher, even at depth, and changing its chemical composition with its pH, and then overfishing it, altogether, the oceans are at risk. And if the acidity, the increased acidity of the oceans kills off certain kinds of microscopic life at the bottom of the food chain in the ocean, then everybody knows that the food chains work, that if the bottom's gone, everything up it in the pyramid goes away. It's an elementary school type observation. If the life in the ocean crashes because we have changed the chemical composition such as the bottom goes out of the food chain there, then that's about 1/3 of humanity's food right there. So we think of the oceans as impervious to us and infinite in their productivity. A really good scientist, Thomas Huxley, Darwin's bulldog, said it's impossible to deplete the fish in the ocean. That would be like, taking the stars out of the sky or something. It was an inability to imagine industrialization and population growth for even the smartest citizens of the time. Now we've got a lot more data and we're in a lot more dangerous situation. Huxley, looking at the fishing technologies of his time, was effectively right. He didn't understand that the technologies could change so radically. Right. So now the oceans need protection, and there's, of course, as you know, the international laws of the ocean. That's all good, but there is no sheriff. So people break those laws and no one goes after them. There's no mechanism. So that's one of the things that my Ministry for the Future is designed to try to organize, is a defense of what currently is not defended. that gets it into scary territory of means and how does what you might call the state monopoly on violence, can that be extended in legal ways? And if not, would it be extended by illegal ways to stop the illegal destruction of the oceans? So
Yeah.
there's more to be said, but I'll leave that there.
No, that's great. That's great. You know, part of the adventure of the book, I felt, was you never quite knew what was coming next, right? And I feel like you started that out with a climate change event that, you know, I like how you characterize these things as kind of punctuated, or I guess mathematicians would call it stochastic, right? It's not a linear process. And I think when we talk about climate change and how much carbon the oceans have absorbed, we see this really smooth curve, and we're lulled into thinking, oh, it's going to be a smooth future. It may get smoothly worse and worse, but at least it's smooth. But I think your story did a great job of saying, no, you know, you will cross these boundaries and very bad punctuated things will happen, and we need to be ready to deal with that. But in many ways, your story is a good news story, right? You know, it's a story of what could happen if only we organized to kind of address the big issues of the day. And it makes me wonder kind of what are the big ocean catastrophes that you think were averted by kind of the good news story that you had, right? All sorts of things could have happened in your story, and you chose not to go there, right?
True. And I like this description that you made of the punctuation. It's like Stephen Jay Gould's punctuated evolution, that things go along steadily for a while and then they're accumulating pressures to the point where there's a break, and it is stochastic. I talked with Ezra Klein about this, and he described it as a situation of slow violence, systemic, where the privileged on this planet are committing slow violence against the, say, 2 billion poorest people on the planet who don't have the resources to fight back very well and are suffering already and immiserated. That when slow violence cracks into fast violence, that's the first scene in my novel, and they keep coming back like that. The eyewitness accounts, of which there are, I never counted how many, but maybe a few dozen eyewitness accounts in the novel, are very often at those moments of punctuation where slow violence that is systemic and you don't see it cracks into a fast violence, and that's what an eyewitness relates to the reader. So one of those eyewitness accounts is from a fisherman. But see, there are boats out in the Southern Ocean that are pirate boats. Pirate fishing is happening right now. A lot of the fish that we eat is illegal and breaking the marine laws that are set up by international treaty. But there are certain nation states who are bad actors and don't enforce the international treaties that they themselves have signed to. I can name names, Japan, Russia, Spain, there are others. And those boats are out there on a permanent basis. They don't come into land because they're pirates. So they shift their fish onto transfer boats that then bring them into land looking more innocuous and more legal. And the poor fishermen out on that boat often spend their lives out there, or the bulk of their lives, as slaves. So in my novel, one of the eyewitnesses is one of these slave fishermen who sees someone come and effectively a counter pirate rescuing the slaves off that boat, and then simply sinking that boat with the captain still on board. So these kinds of punctuations of fast violence, in this case in resistance to the slow violence, I think are likely to happen because people are going to be desperate and angry, and their sense that they are in a resistance. So they won't be thinking of themselves as terrorists. They'll be thinking of themselves as freedom fighters and as resistors to a dominant order that is unjust. And that will happen on the ocean too.
I love that. Slow violence. It makes every life choice I make every day, puts it in real stark relief. Makes me need to think about myself a bit. So I'd love to shift over to kind of the Arctic and the Antarctic, because one of the big things you did in your book, right, is you kind of saved us from sea level rise. You saved, all of coastal civilization, which is frankly a large majority of our urban civilization, right, is coastal. You save us from all of that, and you do it through like major geoengineering projects that require massive nation state resources in order to pull it off. Can you talk about the inspiration for that, why you chose to make that part of your plot versus, frankly, the alternative? And, if the Arctic Council called you up and said, Stan, what do we do? How close to the storyline would your recommendations be?
What I would say is I'm really happy to talk about the Arctic and Antarctic. I've never been to the Arctic, but I've been twice to the Antarctic, and I love these areas. They strike me as landscapes and seascapes as extremely evocative and attractive. And they are warming up faster than the rest of the planet, as we know, and they are they are deeply implicated, let's put it that way, in rising sea levels. So as we heat the planet, heat the poles, then we are going to be seeing sea level rise that will destroy our coastal civilizations. I wrote about that explicitly in my novel New York 2140, where I postulated a quite rapid sea level rise that was truly 50 feet higher by the year 2140. This is probably faster than it is likely to happen, but it's not completely impossible. And I was happy that a paper by James Hansen and 16 colleagues was published in 2016, right as I was writing my book, pointing out that in the past we have seen a 1 degree centigrade Celsius global average temperature rise followed by a really rapid, like 1 century, 10 meter sea level rise. It was a controversial paper. It was sort of constructed by many different lines of evidence, leaning against each other to make a case, like a kind of almost a jigsaw puzzle case. And it was speculative in the best kind of way. And it certainly helped me in that novel. In this novel, I wanted to talk about things that I had read about and been told about in person by glaciologists who actually didn't want to publish their Antarctic plan because they didn't want to get involved in the geoengineering wars. That if you write about a geoengineering technique now as a scientist, your career is at that point a geoengineer's career, with the rocks through the windows, with the character assassination by way of the internet. You join a war. It's a discursive battle usually, but it can be also a legal battle in getting sued or suing people for slander. And this glaciologist in particular didn't want to get into that. He said, Stan, that's your job. You're the science fiction writer. So I was given a new idea to put into my book and spread it around. And of course, I checked with my other glaciologist friends because my trips to the Antarctic have given me an entry into that very small world of glaciologists. And they said, well, maybe. And that was enough for me. So the idea is that, which I'd explored earlier, that rising sea level, could we pump the water back up onto the Antarctic ice cap, the polar ice cap, let it freeze there, solve the problem? Well, it turns out to be something like 3,600 cubic kilometers of water for every meter rise or even centimeter rise of the ocean, which, I'm not a quantitative person. That blew my mind. I had not done the math, and what it points out is just how big the ocean is. It's really big, and the Potsdam Institute did a study of this solution. So real scientists worked on it and said, well, you might be able to do it, but you would need more pipeline than we've ever produced in the whole history of humanity, and you would need 10 million windmills to create the clean energy to pump that much water. And that represents like 7% of all of the energy produced by humanity, electricity right now. So, okay, that's not going to happen. I was really sad because because for years, like since my novel Green Earth, I had been thinking it would be a solution. It's not completely off the table to think about some of the dry playas of this world as rehydrated salt seas. It's an old Jules Verne idea. The Salton Sea came from that. In other words, the pumping is not completely off the table, but it's not the solution. So this glaciologist said the reason that we're getting these rising sea levels is not that Antarctica melts from the top down. It gets lubricated from the bottom. So what melt there is goes down moulins, these cracks in the ice, down to the floor of the glaciers, lubricates the glaciers in their slide down into the sea. They're moving 10 times faster than they were when we first started measuring them, and that's because of the lubrication at the bottom. That, he calculated, was about 20 cubic kilometers of water, and we have the pumping technology all the time in Antarctica. We're drilling down, pumping out. We've investigated Lake Vostok. We routinely shoot through the Ross Ice Shelf to check out the bottom. The technology exists, and he was suggesting that if you could go to the right places, and that is, by the way, the big if, could you find the right places, and are there right places? Suck the water out from the bottom, the glaciers thump back down onto their rock beds, slow back down to their historical speeds, which are 1/10 of the speed now, and we don't have sea level rise as fast as we would otherwise, and that problem somewhat gets taken off the table. It's geoengineering, but in an odd way because it's localized, and it seems to have no downside, no potential secondary effects that would create damage worse than what we're trying to solve. So it was so interesting, I had to make it a feature of the novel. For the Arctic is much more of a problem, although it's only Greenland melting that adds to sea level rise, and you can do the same procedures in Greenland as in Antarctica, and even better because those channels under those glaciers are much more canyon-like, and much more likely we can find possible spaces to pump them out and thump them down. The Arctic Sea melting, the problem there isn't that it rises sea level because the ice is floating, of course, but that exposed open water takes in way more sunlight than an ice cap. The albedo of the planet gets changed massively, and sunlight lances down into the Arctic Ocean, warms it up, and boom, we are cooked. So there have been proposals, again, they're not mine, but I do forget where I read them, I can confess that if the Arctic Ocean open in summer were stained yellow, it would be an albedo almost like ice, and the sunlight would bounce off of it, and you would solve that particular problem, and the stain would go away seasonally. It would be a temporary fix like sulfur dioxide in the atmosphere. 5 years later, it would presumably have gone to the bottom or dissipated, and then you'd either do it again or not. That's so bizarre. And of course, messing with the oceans, there are some other geoengineering schemes like dumping iron filings in and creating algal blooms. This seems to me to be one of the more dangerous ideas for geoengineering, to mess with our oceans when they're already damaged. I personally think none of them are looking very good. But this staining of the Arctic was at least interesting enough to throw into the novel as a kind of provocation. Like, maybe we'll be doing weird things because we're desperate and we're in an all hands on deck situation where every good idea, or even some bad ideas for mitigating climate change, to avoid going over a tipping point into complete disaster, we might be doing some weird stuff. And that the book is about that too.
For sure. You know, it's interesting. I always often say, you know, we've been doing geoengineering for a really long time in this really hapless, clueless sort of way. We didn't know we were doing it. But it's humanity's engineering interventions that have accelerated so much of this. And then there's the opposite, right, which is, or maybe just steering the same human impulse in a different direction is rewilding. And, you know, rewilding is a major subplot in your book in a couple different places. You talk about E.O. Wilson's Half-Earth, his book, and kind of the little social movement that it has spawned. It was really focused on I would say the terrestrial Earth. I mean, when I read it, I didn't get much out of the ocean discussion there. And your discussion really focuses on building these terrestrial habitat corridors. You have this Yukon to Yellowstone corridor that you envision being built and all the great things that come out of it. But you do also reference the regreening of the ocean shallows as kind of a deliberate activity. But when we look back hundreds of years, right, when the Vikings showed up to North America, right, the ocean shallows were extremely green and extremely fertile. So, perhaps you could talk a little bit more about your ideas on the restoration and rewilding opportunities that exist for the oceans and how those contribute to climate restoration and planetary health more broadly.
Sure. It will take me out into deep waters, as we might say, given the topic where I will drown, but I'll give it a shot. I do like very much the E.O. Wilson Half-Earth plan. Humans are already congregating in cities. It would not have to be a forced removal. It would just be a coordination of an already happening human phenomenon. Up until the pandemic, people really like cities. And I think that that liking for cities might survive even the pandemic when we get to whatever new dispensation that we're in. In any case, the wild creatures of this planet are in terrible trouble. We're in the start of a mass extinction event that is, to my mind, the worst part of the climate change emergency. If we give to the humans of 4 or 5 generations from now a planet that we have killed off the wild creatures in substantial numbers of species, that will be a crime that they can't recover from and that we will always be tagged with. So I've heard that 97% of the meat on the terrestrial part of the planet is human beings and their domestic beasts, that the wild creatures are 3% of the biomass. And I take it they're talking about animals here. In the oceans, I've heard that 80% of the fish that we're eating out of the oceans come from farms, fish farms, like aquaculture. I'm not sure about that. I'm surprised at that. But if it's true, it's an interesting indication. And then in the decarbonization project, to pull carbon dioxide back out of the atmosphere, plants do that when they grow. And so reforestation and regenerative agriculture are really big deals in this notion of natural decarbonization. And the oceans, well, kelp beds and, as you say, the green coastlines in the shallows, that's an enormous amount of biomass, of carbon, that could be sequestered. And of course it dies and rots and gets returned to the atmosphere, but that's a loop cycle. And when it's captured, if there's growth of the greenery on the coastlines, then that brings down carbon out of the atmosphere. And since it's an all hands on deck situation, every project that does this needs to be paid for. It needs to be a way to make a living. And so therefore, it shouldn't be a penalty. It shouldn't be something we have to pay to do or suffer to do. It should be something that we're rewarded to do. So eventually we need to talk about finance. But to get to the oceans, I don't know, and I've never run across anybody who makes a convincing case that they do know how easy it would be to do this. In other words, to farm kelp from scratch. Does that work? Have we tried it? I don't know, but I suppose there are people who do. And it's something that actually I learned about most since I finished Ministry for the Future. So it's not as big a strain in there as I might have made it if I'd known more.
It's funny. I'm not sure if it's a breach in protocol, but I give a plug for one of our other book talks coming forward. Is Bren Smith just wrote a book called Eat Like a Fish, and he's actually a Northeast fisherman who has come up with exactly what you're talking about: how to have small hold farmers farm kelp and bivalves and all these things that make the earth, make the oceans better. And I'm not a fisherman either. So, but he seems to have a sense of what that could look like at scale. And like you mentioned, kelp, the amount of carbon dioxide it can pull out of the oceans is enormous. And its wide range of human uses go well beyond food. So great promise there. But it's funny you mentioned economics. I mean, I feel like you got a PhD in economics somewhere along the way. Given all the writing you did, I get the sense, well, it's clear from your writing that you think the finance community owns a lot of the blame, but also holds a lot of the promise for how we could turn things around. And you kind of talk about, Bretton Woods and the post-World War II financial agreements that we put in place that kind of drove this perpetual growth mentality. But I think you have some interesting ideas around economic policy mechanisms that might protect the well-being of the future of the oceans. Maybe you'd like to talk about those a little bit?
Yes. And let me start by saying that it was indeed an article about this book, Eat Like a Fish, that I read like in February or March when my text was done. And I said, oh my God, that's clearly a missing chapter. The book should be 107 chapters long, or probably 120, but that was one of them that would be clearly wonderful to describe. And I was very excited. And again, it comes to the economics. To get started to scale, people need investment and they need subsidies. They need investment from government. They need these to be public projects so that the legality of them and the finance of them gets them jump started and going fast. And they don't have to make a profit in a competitive market where the other forms of production are being subsidized and the future is being cheated, so that in a systemic Ponzi scheme, someone trying to make an honest living can't. And that's where this guy with his aquaculture has an initial problem, and finance needs to change. It's not the finance community. Let's keep it systemic and about systems. We've all agreed to, by our votes and our political representation in general, to these laws that govern our economy. The economy is a legal system, and everybody is complicit isn't the right word, but everybody is responsible to the extent that their political representation is real. We can talk about whether political representation has been stolen from us, but we could also say, in the United States anyway, if you believe in democracy, that if you voted in the right politicians and they passed the right laws, we'd have a completely different system.
Sure.
And that would be done non-violently and by a legal mechanism of changing the laws, which we do all the time. What the laws need to do is change the way that we pay for things, and change the subsidies, and change the taxes, and the law itself create a system in which doing good work of sequestering carbon, of decarbonizing, and of producing needed stuff like food is rewarded, so that you can make a good living where you're not desperate, where you're not borrowing or speculative or in debt to do it. Make a good living by doing the right thing, rather than extracting value and stealing it from future generations and getting rewarded with a profit for doing the wrong thing. So even metrics, economic metrics like profit, even economic words like efficiency, need to be restudied from the axiomatic level of what are they really talking about. Efficiency is like most results for least input, and efficient always sounds like a virtue in economic talk in capitalist society. Machine guns are efficient. The gas chambers in Nazi Germany were efficient. So the goals of one's efficiency, of least input, most output, the goals are crucial. Right now, the goal is maximize profit, do it efficiently. That means wage pressure, which means scaring workers into taking any job they can. It means taking away their health care. It means ripping off them and the future generations. You create a profit. That's the metric. That's the goal. You're efficient in that goal, and you get the world we're in now. if the goal were different, if it were biosphere balance and justice among people, equality, if these were the goals, the efficiencies would look different. The measurement systems would be different. So it's at the level of goals that you need to push. We want these things, and then shape the political economy to get those things rather than profit for the 1% by way of extraction of value from us and from future generations, from people and from the biosphere. So this is fundamental, but it's also, if we were to win the discursive battle, if a voting majority and a working majority in legislatures were on the same page about this story that I'm telling, we could get this done without revolution, without the invention of a new technology, without targeted violence to make it happen. I hold out hope that it could still be done by winning the discursive battle, spreading the story, getting the plans out there. The technologies already exist, and then making it the law of the land. And the finance community, Wall Street, if that were the goal of society and if the laws were right, they would be finding ways to make money from that. Well, that could be seen as the usual parasitical kind of vampirism, or it could be seen as a way of generating more capital to throw into more good efforts. That would be depending on who in the financial community was doing what. It is a human business in the end, and people are making moral and financial choices. But however, everybody, even the people profiting through 2008, they were doing things that were ostensibly legal, and they were making money. So when there are legal things one can do to make money, that happens. People do it because that's the rules of the game we're playing. So we need to change those rules, is what I'm saying. And that involves clarifying the larger situation and going right back down to the axioms of what is civilization trying to do.
Absolutely. So, just talk about finance. I'd like to talk about time and how we conceive of time. In your story, you envision kind of a fundamental change in ocean shipping, reverting back to sailing. And I've seen pictures of these container ships with giant masts. And they take a little longer to cross the ocean, but you make the point that, supply chains would adjust. If it takes 9 days to cross the ocean instead of 2 days, supply chains would adjust. Commercial consumer expectations would adjust. And you even switch kind of transoceanic air flight, which is a huge carbon contributor, right, to ship travel. And you have some of your characters, crossing the ocean in a ship. And it seems utterly delightful, right? I mean, it's a little bit blast from the past, but it's a different way of conceiving of the value of your time. And trading away some of our time in favor of a more sustainable planet, right? So once that transition's in effect, it doesn't really come off as that much of a sacrifice. I mean, in your story, you're like, oh my God, no airplanes. This is going to be a disaster. And then you realize, it could actually work out okay. It's just a different formulation. So perhaps a more sustainable future involves taking more time to enjoy our oceans and other parts of nature. Like, how do you think about that?
Well, thanks for that, because it has been really on my mind. And I love sailing ships inherently, and they were a good technology. Right. And so the fossil fuel moment, the carbon culture of burning carbon and thinking that didn't matter, once we've learned that isn't true, that historical moment and structure of feeling and economic structure is all past. It turns out that cruising around on the oceans at speed, burning diesel fuel, is wrecking the planet at a rate that means that it's not truly economical over the long haul. So it is a time function. And indeed, if a ship took 9 days to cross the ocean rather than 2, but there were 10 more ships and they were still arriving every day, nobody would notice the difference. And a couple of things have happened. The pandemic has happened. Many people have started working from home and can work from home because of this device that we're on now. That isn't true for all jobs, But for a lot of jobs, if you had to spend 5 days to get from here to Europe rather than 12 hours stuck in a tin can, and you were out there on a sailing ship crossing the sea and still doing your job by way of the way we're doing our job now, where's the loss in that except that you've just had a sea voyage, which people do for fun, for vacation, for relief from being in tin cans, the 12 hours a day and then sleeping in a tin can, and then basically living your life in boxes. We live our lives in boxes, and we've been cocooned in oil, cocooned in crap. And stripping away some of that cocoon of necessity might have the unexpectedly positive side effect of revealing us more to the world itself. Like taking off layers of bad, oily overcoats because it's actually a warm day, and you strip off all that crap, and suddenly the wind's on your face and on your body, and you're thinking, wow, why was I wearing all that crap in the first place? So the pandemic has taught us some things, and I don't think these are lessons that are going to be forgotten, even though there's going to be a massive effort at repression of the memory of this period. When we get the vaccines, there's going to be an intense effort to pretend that it never happened and that we'll go back to the old normal. But there's going to be a lot of people saying, no, I remember, I had my kids that should have been in school in my face all day. I know things are different now. And this is merely talking about the prosperous third of the developed world. For a lot of people, it means more like, no, I remember we were starving, our crops failed. The immiserated 2 billion on the planet are at the sharp end of the stick, and they're not going to forget either. So I think we're going into a changed time that will change our sense of time, as you put it. So it's no longer microseconds in high frequency trading. It's more like, wait, I'm going to take a week. And to finish this, my wife and I, her family place, which we love and need to take care of, is on the coast of Maine. We live in California. So this year, in order to avoid airplanes and airports, we drove. Well, it was 5 days of continuous driving. It was a carbon burn. It was possibly even, I'm not positive on the math here, but I think it was considerably smaller carbon burn than flying would have been. And it was interesting in a way that I wouldn't have suspected. I thought, oh no, 5 days out of my life, those 5 days could have been spent on our place in Maine, blah, 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 blah. And then we did it. And I was thinking, well, this is weird. The country is big. The continent is weird. The differences between the West Coast and the East Coast, just in landscape terms, in geographical terms, to speak to your people, is fascinating in a way that flyover doesn't show you.
Right.
The flyover doesn't give you the scale. It doesn't give you the textures. So the same will be true on the oceans. And I've never even done it, but by God, before I die, I'm going to sail across an ocean as a passenger, watch the sails. And to finish, though, there's a Swedish company, there's others working on this, giant container ships with new high-tech sails. The sail and the mast are the same, and they are controlled with the help of an AI. And sometimes there's even talk of throwing a kite up into the jet stream and getting pulled along a little extra. World traffic, I postulate, would begin to trend in the same way as the prevailing winds. Sure. Always true in the past, but the trade winds were always a huge advantage. If you wanted to go west, you would find the trades. So if this comes back, there's actually a lot of good in it. It's a positive outcome from a bad situation that we're in now. It's a solution that is not wearing a hair shirt or going without or suffering, because I think a lot of young people in particular are thinking, God damn it, they had it great in the 1960s, cocooned in oil, and it wasn't that great. And living more exposed to the world with these new solutions as a more sophisticated technologies, it's more stylish, it's more alive. And that's something I think the young people can seize on and create and think, no, this is actually the best generation yet. It's not a reduction of standard of living, not at all.
No, I love that. So kind of my last question, and then I will cede the floor to you. Through the lens of your imagined future, what would you tell future generations to dwell on and take action on regarding the future oceans?
The half Earth philosophy ought to be applied to the ocean as well. There ought to be huge parks set by boundary, surveilled by satellite, that are simply never visited by human ships. And that doesn't completely solve the problem by any means, because the systemic issues flow through the oceans everywhere. And nevertheless, for the life in the oceans, it being so fecund and lively, so healthy when it is healthy, if we were to leave, and you could leave 2/3 of the oceans free and still do all of the things that humans need to do in the ocean, and allow the ocean to replenish itself. Quit exploiting the oceans the way we have been. And if that needs to involve drones from space or drones from high altitude finding pirates and sinking pirates, then I'm going to say the law is the law. If people are breaking the law, then boom, they need to be captured or disabled and brought to justice. You could maybe zap all of the electricity on their ship, and then they're drifting, and then you pick them up and jail them. In other words, we need a sheriff to enforce this. It needs to be the law, and we can't be squeamish about dealing with pirates. We never have been in the past. And the state monopoly on violence exists for a reason. It's bad, it's scary, it can be abused. It's better than any other else dispensation of violence that we have. And in the absence of some kind of pacifist super civilization, which I hope comes as soon as possible, we need to be scrupulous but bold in enforcing the laws. Because right now piracy is running rampant. And so that's what I'd say to the people of the future is, go ahead and keep humans off huge stretches, important stretches. It will be possible for oceanographers to say this is an area that should have protection. It will help everybody else. Right. And to make those marine parks, and also to enforce the marine parks. So, I mean, this is a little bit, I suppose, utilitarian and tough. You know, it's a tough topic to get into, but that's what I would say.
Well, wonderful. Stan, out of respect for your time, this has been a wonderful discussion. Any parting comment you want to make before I tell everyone who's watching this to make sure to buy The Ministry of the Future and read it now?
Well, I'd like to say thanks, and also the American Geographical Society. Geography is, you know, it's every kid's dream. It's the globe spinning in your. I had a globe that lit up like a lamp from within. It's still by my bed. I've had it since I was 7, and so its political map is from 1960. Pretty cool, and it's a little faded, but it still works, and I love it, and everybody should love it. It's more than maps, it's the world. What I love about geography and that whole related set of sciences and humanities, the combination of science and humanities that represents geography, because it's really nature plus culture. It's about humans on our Earth, and how do they deal with the biosphere. That's a crux issue. So you're right at the crux and doing the good work, the exciting work. And a final story, on our drive back home from Maine just recently, we stopped by Niagara Falls, which I had never seen before. It was only a half hour off our route. And there it was, one Great Lake falling into another Great Lake. It was astonishing. I had never seen so much water. It was a wonder of the world. And there were thousands of people there, most of them masked, in order to take a look at the world. So I fear that internet reality has seized the brains of the young, and that the real world out there has lost its interest. But, I go up to the Sierras, and young people are using their iPhone to map these astonishing feats of strength and skill. I go to Niagara Falls and see something that is just like, the watershed that is gathering that, if you think about the size, it makes sense that it's that much water. The real world is the ultimate high pixel adventure, and it's also our extended body. It's important. So you guys are right. Put your finger right on the crux. You've found work. It can actually be, your work can be your play, as my grandfather told me, or your play can become your work. And it's also very important. So congratulations. I mean, you certainly have found the right way to spend a productive and fun life. And I'm filled with admiration and really happy to be included in the community.
Well, that's inspiring words, and we appreciate the sentiment. Thank you very much. We may just excerpt that and play that on a loop on the internet forever on why people should care about geography.
My pleasure. I would be so happy to be part of it.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much. And to everyone who's tuned in today, I want to thank you for tuning in. Thank Kim Stanley Robinson for joining us for nearly an hour discussing his new book, The Ministry of the Future. Please make sure to click on it today and buy the book. It's a great Christmas present for all your friends and family. And we look forward to having you tune into our next talk later today. So thank you so much. Thank you, Stan. And we'll see you in the future.
Right ho. Thanks, everybody. My pleasure.
Thank you, Chris and Stan. If you want to order Stan's book, you can do so by going to geography2050.org and click on the bookstore button.
Are you not much of a joiner, but still want to support a good cause? For us at the American Geographical Society, that good cause is the advancement of geography and building geographic expertise into our next generation of citizens and leaders. If you would like to support this cause, please go to www.geography2050.org and click on the Donate Now button. Whether it's a one-time donation or a donation that you set for recurring monthly or annual payment, we would appreciate your support. If all of you watching today chose to provide just $5 each month, it would have a transformational effect on the American Geographical Society's support to geography teachers and students across our country. So, donate now and become a part of the future of geography in America.
Thank you, Chris. And now for something a little bit different. We have Mr. Joe Quirk of the Sea Studying Institute, who has a lightning presentation for us about his unique idea for populating the ocean. Joe?
Stop arguing, start seasteading. The news media encourages us to fix things by fighting. But Michelangelo counseled us to criticize by creating. We don't remember his political opinions. We remember the Renaissance he helped create. The Renaissance started in Venice. Venetians didn't change kingdoms from the inside. Venetian innovators quit and fled to a marsh and built a society on stilts, which the ancients called the floating city. This startup government was based not on kings, but markets and contracts. Venetian merchants would dominate the Mediterranean for 1,000 years, creating the model for capitalism that changed the world forever. 500 years after Michelangelo's birth, Steve Wozniak was struggling to change Hewlett-Packard from the inside. He presented his design for a personal computer 5 times and was rejected 5 times because the kings at Hewlett-Packard couldn't imagine why peasants would want a personal computer. So Steve Wozniak quit and founded Apple with Steve Jobs. And I am using an Apple right now. These are the Hewlett-Packards and the feudal kingdoms that won't let a renaissance of startup governments happen. Today's Wozniaks of governance, innovation, deserve their Venice. Fortunately, more than 2/3 of this planet's surface is ocean. Seasteaders propose that if we have a startup sector for governance and people can vote with their houses, If we could decentralize the very ground beneath our feet, we could replace monopolies on government with a market of governance. If you can float, your land is mobile. Imagine if your city was like a floating jigsaw puzzle. You can move city blocks and reassemble as you choose. Societies can only form if people choose to attach to each other. If some politician asks for your vote, you can detach your house, sail somewhere else, link up with your allies, and found your own floating governance provider. If you can vote with your house, governments will be companies and residents will be customers. A diversity of governance options will compete for your choices. No more monopoly governance based on force. This business model has been flourishing for decades. When I step off that land city and get on that floating city, my rent gets cheaper and my quality of life improves. My chances of being ticketed, taxed, mugged, panhandled all disappear. Why is the floating city better? That priesthood is largely self-governing. A captain on a cruise ship is, in practice, a dictator of his own mobile island. If you get drunk and assault one of his passengers, he can lock you in the brig. He can order his private security guards to abandon you on an obscure island and wave bye-bye. Happens all the time. What are you going to do? Sue him in Bahamas court? With so much power, why doesn't this ship captain flog his passengers and keel haul his crew? Why doesn't he make drunkards walk the plank? This is the captain of Disney Cruise Lines. Parents trust this tin pot dictator with their children. Why? Because in a market of governance, the passengers have the option of switching and buying governance elsewhere and writing a negative review online. The same goes for employees. Cruise ship workers can switch to another employer. When it comes to producing excellent governance, choice beats voice. Floating beats voting. Seasteads turn 2/3 of the world's surface into a canvas to experiment with the first voluntary societies. Criticize by creating through voluntary relationships, not government force. Save on taxes. The Seasteading Institute is supported entirely by donations from volunteers and pioneers who plan to create the new, blue, better, free world. I'll see you at sea.
Thank you, Joe. Wouldn't it be nice to be so free to live just about anywhere? And now we come to the end of our day in the symposium. To help us wrap things up, I invite our co-chairs, Dr. Lawson Brigham and Dr. Christopher Linden, to make some final remarks. Lawson and Chris?
Thank you very much, John. And thank you very much to all of our speakers, organizers, the AGS staff, sponsors, contributors, and thank you for tuning in this week. This week, for highlights, we discussed on Monday the human impacts on the ocean. On Tuesday, we talked about the oceans as a contested environment. On Wednesday, we discussed exploring, mapping, and sensing the ocean. On Thursday, we talked about the bounty of the ocean and protecting our blue planet. And finally, today, we talked about the changing boundary between human habitats and the sea. Now, as a reminder, if you missed any of these sessions or want to go back and binge watch any of these days again, you can do so on the vault on our website. So if you navigate to the geo2050.org website and choose any individual session that you'd like to see, we encourage you to share it with your friends, your students, if you're an educator, colleagues, or just watch on repeat at home. For example, if you haven't seen it yet, if I was you, I'd check out the Explorers panel on Wednesday, a conversation with the admirals on Tuesday, and one of my personal favorite sessions, Dr. Brigham's Arctic Ocean panel earlier today.
Thank you, Chris. I appreciate that plug for my last session. I think the conference certainly highlighted, we have 75 speakers, highlighted the complexity of all of the issues and the complexity of the oceans themselves. Again, even though we're Coast Guard officers and close to the sea and our our careers, it does, again, this symposium highlights the importance of the ocean to all of humanity, to all of life on the planet. The ocean is under great stress, and I think that was highlighted in almost every session, particularly the one that you orchestrated with the 10 heavy hitters of change, for sure. So I would say a highlight for me for the conference was the explorers, a great opportunity for us to listen to eminent explorers of the 20th century who have explored the far reaches of the ocean. And I wondered what you thought a highlight was for you, Chris.
Well, I mean, that certainly was one of the highlights for me. I mean, it was an absolute honor to participate in that session. You know, and I don't know if you saw, but in some of the material on the website, I got to appear on a graphic with Sylvia Earle, Bob Ballard, Don Walsh, and Catherine Sullivan. And for me, that's been a highlight of my career so far, was being able to have a conversation with them and, you know, be shown as part of the same session with them. But I think for me, the most inspirational thing about this week was putting together the session on Monday about the 10 greatest challenges. You know, I reached out to some of, you know, my friends in the oceanographic community, interviewed people to see who was, you know, the experts in this subject or that subject. And we were so blessed to get so many renowned scientists as part of that panel. And the thing that I found especially interesting was in the conversation setting up that panel, we asked all of them, you know, so the panel wouldn't just be a complaining about all the problems in the ocean kind of session, because we see that so often in the media today. I wanted all the speakers to try to come up with something that you could do, or that an average person could do about some of these challenges facing the ocean. And to a person, every single one of them was able to come up with something in a broad range of things. You know, everything from recycling to, you know, treating people with respect and, you know, promoting world peace. And it was really cool to see these scientists, these experts in really minute details of a very particular subject, being able to communicate it directly to us, to the public, and specifically identify things that you or that we can do about each of those ocean problems. So for me, that was just really inspiring and very cool to see.
Yeah, I think highlighting that there are opportunities also, not only problems and challenges. Think about wind power at sea. Who would have thought that we would see these large areas with wind vanes capturing renewable resource and energy resource? So the world's oceans have immense problems and stresses, but also extraordinary opportunities for economic growth and for engagement of people across all the lands of the world. I thank you very much, Chris, for your work on the symposium, and I thank all of the sponsors and our staff, and certainly all of the participants. We hope you learned a great deal about the oceans, and will continue to talk about the ocean and its importance and understand what this means to the world. Thank you very much.
And thank you, Lawson. It was an absolute pleasure to work with you and get to know you better this week. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lawson and Chris. Without your expertise and your guidance, there's no way we could have achieved this fantastic week of Geography 2050, the future of the world ocean. We appreciate all that you've done for us. I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank our long-term partners from Columbia University's Earth Institute, the Fund for the City of New York, the Open Geospatial Consortium, and the U.S. Geospatial Intelligence Foundation. Your stalwart support over the past 7 years have allowed us to succeed at Geography 2050 as a multi-year strategic dialogue about the vital trends that will reshape the geography of our planet. This year focused on the future of our world ocean. We appreciate your support to us this year, previous years, and in the years to come. We'd also like to thank our premium sponsors, Black Cape, ESRI, Maxar, and RGI, Reinventing Geospatial. And to our many other sponsors who have provided the vital resources necessary to support the transformation of Geography 2050 from its normal in-person event to this new virtual platform. So with that, over to you, Marie.
Thank you, Chris. What a week this has been. Hearing from our speakers, panelists, and award recipients always fills me with inspiration. As a lifelong geographer and president of AGS, I am energized by the dedication and creativity of the problem solvers and truth seekers who come to speak at Geography 2050. It is also reassuring to know that the next generation of geographers are being nurtured by dedicated educators, especially the AP human geographers who are participating in the conference. To our teachers, please remember there is still time to sign up for the special workshop on Saturday that will allow you to take the information you learned this week and bring it into your classroom. Thanks to our corporate angels for their support of this symposium and our greater mission to enhance geographic literacy and the application of geospatial tools to real problems. And if you'd like to become a corporate angel, write us at americangeo.org. And finally, our guide to producing a virtual conference is the incomparable Adam Simmons from Project Geospatial. Adam, we are so grateful for your support throughout this process, and no, Geography 2050 would not have been possible without your technical wizardry. So thank you very much. Chris, I give you the last word.
Thank you, Marie. And I'd like to start by also thanking Adam Simmons and Project Geospatial for being our guide to having a successful virtual Geography 2050. Without their support, we never could have succeeded in this transformation. But one of the upsides of surviving a pandemic here is we've been able to transform this in-person event into a permanent virtual convening space. And we hope to invite all of you to join us in the coming days, weeks, and months as we roll out new content from fascinating speakers and inspiring panel discussions about the future of our world ocean. The world oceans aren't going away anytime soon, and the challenges to our oceans and our planet are only getting greater. And we hope to provide value to you, our community, to ponder these big issues as we move forward. We'd also like to take this as an opportunity to ask for your donations. As been said many times before, while this event is free to you, it was not free to produce. And your support, no matter how small, would be very transformational in how the American Geographical Society supports our vital education initiatives. So please go to www.geography2050.org and donate. Also, save the dates for next year. What we normally do at the end of Geography 2050 is announce next year's theme. However, we're not even sure if we'll be able to have an event in New York City the way we normally would, or whether we'll be convening virtually again, or some form of hybrid event, both in person and virtual. But we hope you will stay tuned at geography2050.org or on Twitter at geography2050 and track what we are doing. We hope soon to have a plan for what we can do next fall together once we get some clarity around the disposition of this global pandemic and its uncertain future. But please, right now, save the date for November 15th through 19th on 2021. And we hope that you will join us virtually, in person, or both if we're fortunate. Until then, have a wonderful year. Thank you.